Am I live? Oh shit, Will beat me in the roof. Oh shit, pause as well. Oh shit.
Hey man, hey, pause lots of times, but that sounds crazy. You gotta explain to them that we're not even in the same space from after you say some shit like that. Yeah, we hundreds of miles away, dog.
I'm not gonna lie. I think that's definitely the earliest pause that we've ever had on a podcast today. That was crazy.
That's a record, fam. Yeah, that was record as well, fam.
Will beat me in the room. That's insane, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Hey,
yo, I apologize. That was wrong.
You can't keep saying that. Yeah, you can't keep saying that. The reason as to why, they're gonna chop that and make that a TikTok. Yeah, chill out, bro. Chill out.
Yeah, but what if the pod go crazy off it, though, fam? What if the pod go crazy off it, bro? Like,
I ain't trying to have the pod I ain't trying to have the pod go crazy because
so that's a whole different audience in it, fam. That's a whole different audience in it, fam.
And then we get out there talking about the shit that we be talking about and shit. Yeah, I'm saying we cancelled before we even began. Chill.
How do man jump on the pod and man say the first thing man say will beat me in the? That's crazy, yo. I'm sorry.
You know what it is, yeah. I see you, fam. You playing chess, fam. You don't really want to be here, bro. You trying to get us cancelled today, fam.
Oh my god. Oh my god!
The first second, first thing the nigga
said, let's get this shit taken off the line. Yo, and bro, and know one thing about the Jews, yeah?
No, yo. I went into third gear.
That's from first gear to fourth gear, innit? On the same road, like, oh shit. All right. Order on the pod. Order. Shit.
All right.
People. People. Listen. This is episode 112 of the OnlyMans podcast, yeah? 112. You know what it is? We missed last week, and I take full responsibility. That was completely my fault.
Before that too, you know.
No, that's not true. We've not done 2 weeks in a row in a while, bro. No,
bro. I promise, bro. I promise we've missed 2 weeks in a row, bro.
No, we haven't, bro.
Because I'll tell you why I'm saying that. Oh yeah, we did it on Sunday, innit?
Yeah. We just didn't do it on Friday.
We didn't do it on the Sunday. No, we didn't do it on the Sunday. Because then we wouldn't have done it on the Sunday. I know why we wouldn't have done it on the Sunday, fam. We didn't do it this week, bro.
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now. Episode 111 was the 3rd of September. When was the 3rd of September? Oh, yeah, we missed last week.
Today.
Yeah, it's the Sunday. It's the Sunday.
Last week. I told you, bro.
No, you said we missed 2 weeks.
We did miss 2 weeks. If the last one was the 3rd and today's the 14th.
Listen to me. Listen. What I'm saying, the 3rd was a Sunday. We did it the Sunday. Right. We missed the pod for a week, which was last week, and now we're doing it this week. So it's only 1 week that we've missed.
You know what? Yeah, I'll let your mouth from.
Let my mouths. Aye, when niggas is wrong, they won't even just say it, you know, man. Man don't even just be like, nah, you right, you know.
Yeah, nah. I'll let your mouth, bro. You got it.
Aye, shit, stop, man. We need to intro the program. Right. Intro this. How we starting? We starting spicy already, and aye. People. This is episode 112 of the OnlyMans podcast. We back after missing a week, which is completely my fault. I take full responsibility. It was just bad scheduling, bad communication. I had a lot of shit going on, and yeah, that was my fault. We missed last week, but we back again. You know what it is. I'm here with the greatest, the latest. You know what I mean? I fucked it up. But I'm trying to think of another bar already and I fucked it up. Yo, listen, I'll tell you the truth. My G don't even really need like introductions or nothing like that. He's him already. But for the sake of greatness, I'm gonna tell you this. It's the RG head honcho. It's the guy himself. Make some noise for my brother. Secret Life of Will in the building. Yeah.
Nah, you know, we always here for all the fun and the shenanigans, dog.
And of course, you know what I mean? We have myself, Drizzy Francis, YM, Young Messiah, Lord Smut Lord Poseidon, Young Boy from the Grange, whatever you want to call him, yeah? And this is, as I said, the OnlyMans podcast. Wolf of the North, can't forget that. That's an early one as well. That's for the early fans, you know what I mean? Wolf of the North, all that sort of shit. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, we here again for another episode, another week. Make sure you go subscribe to the YouTube. I seen the subscribers has grown as well, so appreciate the love from y'all. You know what I mean? We appreciate y'all fucking with the videos and shit. You know what I mean? We see some people in the crowd right now. Ultra Melanin, I see you, dog. Yeah, I see you.
Ultra good doggy.
Yeah. And we got Hope Kens as well. Shout out to Hope Kens. I see you as well, my brother. Appreciate you, man, taking the time to listen.
Hope Kens or Hope Kens? Hopkins, right?
Aye, let's not fuck up the nigga name because we shouting him out in it. So let's just shout him out, let him feel the love. Let's not spend let's not do 10 minutes on how to say the nigga name. Like, just big love to you in it, bro. You know what I mean? Like, because you know when you dissect a nigga name, it come across like disrespecting it, and it's never that. You know what I mean? But now we back here again. Will, you told me that you've had a very busy week. Tell me about your week.
Busy. I wouldn't really call it busy. I'll just tell you it was a mad thing.
In what way?
Okay, so let's start from the very beginning. It's Saturday.
Okay. This is last week, yeah?
Yeah, this is last week.
Okay.
My mum was having like an event in the daytime. She had booked like a spot. I hooked up because I was basically supposed to book the week off, but because she changed the date, I thought it rolled and rotated onto a week where I wouldn't be working anyway.
Right.
And then it got to like a week before, and it's like, oh yeah, shit, actually, they changed the date, bro. So now I can't even get the day off like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So boom. Saturday came. I asked them, man, yo, is it cool if I go like a little bit early? They let me go, I think like 3-ish. Boom. Come out of the works. Go straight. I didn't even change, bro. I went straight there.
Right.
Boom. Everything's cool. Run around, helping. You know what I mean? The same thing that we did with your mom that time there. Yeah. But basically like an indoor thing in it. So like I'm running around, like helping people, getting people food and showing people where drinks are and blah, blah. Like making sure the kids ain't, you know what I'm saying, doing no nefarious shit or whatever. You know, just running around doing.
What type of event was it?
Just like a family thing. Like she wanted to do like a family day in it.
Okay.
Yeah, and like the turnout was good, man. The turnout was good. I think like she doesn't feel like that. I know she won't feel like that because she ain't make the money back that she has spent to do that shit. But like, the turnout was good. You know what I mean? There's like a good maybe like at the place. So yeah, there's maybe like 40 people there, 30, 40 people, something like that.
And what size like capacity was the space?
The space was maybe for like 200 people. So it's big.
So it's a big space, and it potentially doesn't look like that many people are there, but actually there's quite a few people there.
If you count, if you count all the man them that are standing outside where like the grill is, if you count like all the other mums that are like outside sitting because it's hot inside, etc., etc. Like inside it looked bare in it, but then actually there's a good few people there. Do you know what I mean?
Schemes. And did your mums book the place?
Mums did everything for me. I just like I just did what she asked when she asked me to do it. You know what I mean?
So the same type shit as my mum's stall at Carnival, innit? Like, same type shit.
Type shit. Yeah, type shit. Done everything. Her and I think like two of her brethren, they woke up at, the dummy o'clock, fam. Like,
Right.
what your mum did that time there, fam. Woke up
Yeah.
fam. Started making stews and beans and fucking all sorts, bro. But anyways, boom, the shit goes out, you know what I'm saying? The people come to collect the keys. We migrate the whole thing back to my Marge's house. Yeah, boom, everything's cool. Yeah, we're having a great time. You know what I'm saying? Johnny and Rachel later turn up.
Mm.
And then, I decided to also turn up as well, fam.
Because, you know, when you're home, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, no, like, as in, like, they showed up to the spot in it, so I'm like, oh, shit, my people say, shit, might as well have a little sip.
Okay.
Yeah, type shit. Yeah, I ended up getting...
Wash up.
Yeah, you know how I get from. Yeah.
You know what's so funny?
You know how I get from.
Who at their worst, who was worse, you or me?
Nah, me still.
Do you think?
Me still. At the wickedest. Bro, at the wickedest. Nah, bro, I don't even think, nah, bro. Nah. Because I get that you could get burst from time to time, but like at the wickedest.
No, you downplaying it, bro. Fam.
Bro.
You remember like fucking 2020, 2021 times, bro, where it was rain Mondays, fam, where from the crack of blood clot dawn, man was getting on the juice, fam, and man would bell you burst out of my shit.
I understand that, bro. I understand that, but you're not gonna like step outside in the middle of the night and be like, "Fuck the neighbors," and start taking your clothes off and running up. You know what I'm saying? Like at the wickedest, like mad. Yeah. You're not like me, bro. You're not like me. Yeah, you bad, but you're not like me.
You see the thing with me, yeah? You see, all right, I hear what you're saying, yeah, but I don't know if that's the right way to fucking like try and equate it. Meaning, just because you do mad shit when you're burst, don't mean you bursted and I'm burst. I just might not do mad shit when I'm burst. Do you get what I mean? So what I'm trying.
You said at the wickedest, who's worse, fam? All right, I'll put you a question like this: at the drunkest that you can get, and at the drunkest that I could get, who would you rather be trying to like be dealing with? Who would you try and like handle more so out of the two of us?
All right, I'm gonna answer that question. I'm gonna play this voice note first. One sec.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? Yeah, it's good to be surrounded by real men. Yeah, because, these days, it's hard to find a real man. Most men are scrubs. Yeah, only making $20K a year working at McDonald's. Most men that I come across make less than $100,000. Bunch of scrubs. I don't know where I'm going to find myself a high-value man these days because most of you men, I'm telling you, you broke, you scrubs, you ain't marriage material. Yeah, girl power. Yeah,
I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna say this, If you go caught and the judge put like 9 years on your back, and your first day on the yard, this is the nigga that you bump into, you in deep shit.
You fucked up.
You in deep shit, bro. Like,
you might as well start learning how to braid beards and shit. Like, you fucked up now, fam.
Braid beards, nigga. You better might as well go get the operation, fam, because you her now, bro. You're not him no more. You her now, bro. You know what I mean? You might as well just go get the whole shit done.
Start from somewhere, bro. You can't just like that shit got to start from somewhere. You know what I'm saying,
brother? Look at this nigga's icon thing. The purple hair with the big beard. If that nigga is the first nigga you see on the yard, and he start coming to you talking about how he can't find a good man, you in deep shit, my nigga. Like, you in deep shit, bro. Because you not getting away from homeboy. Do you get what I mean? You not getting away from homeboy, bro.
That's a young nigga, bro. Girl power.
Man said, bro, a nigga with that much bass in his voice said girl power, you in deep shit, bro.
Power.
Listen, go to the warden, go to the screws and tell them, yo, listen, I need to have an operation. I need to sort my shit out because I can't survive in here like this, blood. Like, you know.
Listen, bro, you don't want to do that, bro, because the screws gonna lock you in, fam. This shit gonna be like UFC 101, fam.
Man said UFC 101.
They're gonna have the cameras up there streaming and shit. Yeah, don't go to them, man.
Oh my
they're
God.
Gonna fuck you up. They'll take you to a little private sector of the prison, fam. Ain't no cameras around there except for their live streams, fam. Yeah, you can fuck
One second.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Man being afraid of me in prison. Now, first of all, you need to get your head right because it's not put on right. I'm a woman, real woman. Now, if I'm going to prison, I'm going to woman's prison. Well, real woman belongs. Get your head right. Yeah. Girl power. Yeah.
Yo, whatever you say, you got it, fam. Nah. You playing chess, not checkers, bro. Will the nigga that go try tell him, nah, you not a woman, bro. Listen, you say you're a woman, you got it, my G. Nah, you got it.
I'm playing 21 right now, fam. I'm playing 21 right now, fam. You playing chess and checkers, I'm playing 21, bro.
What's that Timbaland song?
What's that Timbaland? Why you sound
bro,
like that?
What's that Timbaland song? They go whatever she said, then I'm that. Bro, whatever that nigga say, whatever that lady say, yeah, fam. You got it, fam. I'm not having no arguments with you. You got it. You have it. Yes, you right. Absolutely. We can just wrap up the pod now if you want, you know, fam. You know what I mean? We can just do the outros right now, fam.
Nah, chill, man. Good man. You want to play the other one? I swear there's another one.
Oh, yeah, one sec. And then I'm going to answer your question, innit?
Now, and don't get it twisted. I'm getting lots of men in my life. You know, I have sex all the time. But, like, I'm talking about commitment. It's hard to find a good man these days that's worth committing to. Because most of them are broke-ass motherfuckers. My DMs are full, packed. I can have sex anytime I want with any man, yeah. But, like, when it comes to that commitment, all that, you know, they broke. They all make less than $100,000. Where are the real men at? Where they at? Girl power, yeah.
I knew he was going to say the girl power shit.
I have one question. I got one question. Just on the philosophical ones, yeah. Just on the philosophical ones, because I'm hearing your ideations and I understand. I bet, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, girl power, all that. So commitment equals if you don't got 100 grand, you're not a committed nigga. That's wild, fam. But anyways, yeah, we'll let it go, fam. I'll let it go.
There's another one. Hold on.
Oh, shit.
The fuck's wrong with that guy? Yo, get him out of here, bro. He belongs in prison.
Listen, like I just said, though. Like I just said, if it's your first day on the yard, yeah, your first day, you never done this shit before, you in lockup, bro. General population, man.
Yeah,
your first day on the yard. If this person rock into you and start talking this rhetoric, it's long for you. It's a long day for you, dog. Like
bandanas and booty shorts for you for the rest of the term.
I tell you what, I tell you what. When you like really think about all this shit, yeah, it kind of makes you understand Gunner a little bit more in it. It kind of makes you understand him saying, "Nah, I'm not going in there." But like, I'm not going in there. But like, I'm not doing it.
I make music, Yana. I'm a rapper. I rap. I'm not like these man.
Yeah, no. I don't do none of that shit. I'm not going in there, Yana. You know what I mean? Like, listen, if you need me to point, I'll use all 5 fingers to point. You know, like, listen, I'm not going in there. I'm not built for that. It's very important to have like self-awareness in it. It's very important to know who you are and shit and know what you're built for and what you're not built for. Do you know what I mean? I'll tell you straight, bro. I know myself. I'm not made for that life. I'm not made for it.
Fam, that's why I'm not into no wicked things, fam.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, fam.
no, cause yeah.
I'm not built for all of
I'm
that,
just
dog.
there for man do 9 to 5 and them things there.
Man, pay
Man wear
taxes,
shirts to
but
work and trousers and shit, bro. Yeah, taxes and all that, bro. Yeah.
because, dog, I'd rather go into that office than into that fucking pen, bro. I'm not going in there, blood.
Brother,
No. Listen, I will
imagine
take
hearing
you
that
to the
shit
niggas'
go.
house right now. I'll take you to the
Man,
spot right
fuck
now. I'm
that.
not going in there. No. I don't care, fam. I don't care. No.
Man said, like when Bernie Mac said, "It's me, Yana. I tried to tell you, but the line was busy."
Dog, like, I'm not going in there, fam. I'm not going in there. Like, listen, you, man, do this shit
Tried to
away
tell
from
you, but
me.
the line was busy.
You,
Yeah,
man, do this shit away
see?
from me because, boy,
I'll say this year because I've had people be like, "Oh yeah, do you know what I mean? Ooh, we can do ABC and ooh, do you know what I mean?" I've had even like
people.
I don't want to disclose things, but like I've had people be like to me, "Oh yeah, we could like run this thing in it." And you don't even got to be involved like that. You can see what I'm saying. I did all run around and shit. Man, I got my head about that Rico shit, fam, and I ain't really about that shit like that.
Bro, here's the thing. Listen, we can do it, but if niggas get caught, I'm not going in there, blood. Listen, we can do this if you want to do this, but I need to tell you beforehand, I'm not going in there. Whatever that takes, I'm not going in there, blood. So you need to make contingencies for that. You know what I mean? Because I'm not. Nah. Like, I like getting like my nails done and shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not on it, bro. And they be doing your nails in a whole different way in there, bro. Like, nah, I'm no.
Man,
This nigga talking about he can't find a good man. Sorry, this lady talking about she can't find a good man. No, fam. No, I'm not going in there, fam. No.
Ladies can be niggas too.
Alright, we going to the next voice note. Will's going crazy. We going to the next voice note. That was fucking mad. We going to the next voice note.
Yeah, that's how it works. You know, commitment costs money. I'm tired of all these weak ass, lame ass men on these apps complaining about, oh, it's hard to get a woman these days. Oh, the women are this and that. They ask for too much money. Well, get over it, little sissy boy. Stop being a pussy boy. Get another job. Yeah. Work harder. Yeah. Because we got standards, yeah. And if you ain't going to meet our standards, because these days, it's expensive to raise a family, yeah. We don't need no broke-ass man driving around no Toyota, Corolla, Crayola, none of that. No, yeah, we need a real man making at least $100K or more, $1 million driving a Bugatti, yeah, real man, yeah.
Yo.
Nigga said Crayola.
Nigga said Crayola. Yo. Why is this pod going crazy, bro? What's going on? What's happening, bro? The algorithm's going crazy. Aye. Hope you sound like a gay Uncle Ruckus in it. Like, you know what I mean?
I was about to say that. Why this guy sound like Uncle Ruckus, bro?
Yo, and I'm telling you, dog. If Uncle Ruckus pull up on you on the prison yard talking this shit to you, but he can't find a good man, you in deep shit, my nigga.
Yo, I'm saying it like this, yeah. If Uncle Ruckus pull up on me on my first day in the yard, yeah, no matter what, yeah, I have to fight, man. I have to.
See, you're good. You're good because you look at it as fighting, yeah. You see it as fighting.
Nah, but
them man see that as flirting, bro. Like they think you flirting with them and shit. You know what I mean? You think you fighting, bro. You don't know that you just building up the sexual tension, bro. This poor nigga, he think he fighting for his life. Like this nigga getting horny, bro. Listen, if the first day on the yard, Uncle Ruckus pull up on me with this talk, bro, I'm not even gonna snitch. I'm Takashi snitching at that point, bro. No. I'll point out everybody. I'm not going in there, dog.
What if they ain't offering you the deal no more because you in now?
They offering me certain,
fam. The maximum, they not.
Brother, push come to shove, bro. Like I just got to fake pretend to hang myself and shit, and they put me on fucking. They put me on the fucking the isolation. Like just get me the fuck away from them, innit? Just get me out. Whatever it takes, bro. Just get me. Yeah, you can't do it for real.
Do you know how many people do that pretend shit, fam? Do you know what happens? They take you out of the jail and bring you to the hospital will check you, and take you straight back, bro.
That's all right, bud.
That's what
that buys me 48 hours to figure something the fuck out, bro. Like
what you thought
we buying precious time right now,
bro. 12 hours you bought, fam.
I'll take it, dog.
Yeah.
If that's listen, if that's 12 hours away from Uncle Ruckus, I'll fucking take it. Because the alternative was him and me holding hands in the cell. Do you get what I mean? I am not going in there, bro. I'll snitch on anybody for anything that's happening right now. Just tell me a case and I'll just say who did it, bro. Like, it don't even fucking matter what's going on. I'll just say some.
There's a cold case in 1978. Oh yeah, it was the neighbor that done it. Still, I know it.
Yeah, nah. You know what's mad? I actually saw that happen. You know, wait, but you were like 5 years old. Nah, it's crazy. Like, I remember that happening. I'll take you to the spot right now. I'll take you there right now where the bodies is buried and shit.
See, because officer, you don't understand here. Before I was a sperm, I could see everything in it.
Yeah.
And before I turned into an egg and all them things, I could see it, fam. I saw it was Ted Bundy, fam. I could have told you, man. If you had come to ask me when I was 8, fam, I'd have told you, man, like, oh yeah, it was Ted Bundy still. You know what I mean?
Bro, listen, whatever I gotta tell my man to get away from Uncle Ruckus, I'm telling him, dog. Like, whatever he wanna hear, I'm letting him hear that, bro. I'm not going in there with Uncle Ruckus. No way on God's green earth, man. Like, it's not happening, bro.
But Uncle Ruckus been in so long. He cool with the guards in it, so he gonna be like, yeah, just give me like 48 hours before you approve his little snitching deal, fam. And then man be like, oh, it's going to take about 48 hours for your shit to get, you know what I'm saying, for your shit to go through.
I'll tell you what,
in there with them go for 48
at
hours.
That point, at that point, you got to approach the gang members and just be like, yo, fam, like, we need to cut a deal in it. Like, you got to start treating this shit like House of Cards, bro. Like, yo, I need to cut
fam. It's too late, bro. You Uncle Ruckus' piece now. He claimed you, fam.
Nah, fuck all of that. No. Fuck all of that. Listen, on the outside world, I'm connected in it. What do you, man, want? I'll just start telling niggas anything, bro.
Connected to you.
What do you want in it? That's the sort of, what do you want?
Mine if I'm waiting there.
Nah, fam. Listen, I'll put your people on papers in it. Like, I get my people to look after your people's, dog. Do you get what I mean? It's an international connect, so it's gonna, I have to figure it out, but I'll put, like, yo, whatever you want, keep that nigga away from me, but like, it'll just be a constant.
Yeah. And there'll be another nigga that'll be like, you said whatever I want, right? I want.
But you have to tell me what it is, though. You have to tell me what it is, and I tell you.
He's gonna tell you, I want what he wanted from.
Nah, you don't. Nah, you don't. Nah, you don't.
You now. Protect you now, dog.
Yo, fam. Then they put you, him, and Uncle Ruckus in a cell, bro. That shit like WWE 1992, but like hell in the cell for real, innit?
Like my man
ladder match,
like, whoa, player. What's going on, player?
Fam.
What's his name? Teddy Long came out and said, hold on, player. Handicap match.
What's going on, JR? It's 2 against 1. Oh, this is unfair. Somebody needs to stop this. Fucking the nigga up in there, but nah. And you see, Will? And you see, Will? All of those options.
Cool and thought you was going to appeal, player. Nah, that ain't how it working here, player.
And see, Will, you see the option that you're in front of me? I don't have an answer for that in it. And that brings me back to my original point. That's why I am not going in there, fam. I don't care, bro. No, I'm not going in there, fam. No, I'm not going in there, bro. No way, fam.
It's not possible, right? Yeah, no, hell no.
I ain't going in there, fam. Because listen, like Will said, I'm a tax-paying citizen, you know what I mean? Like, I just do my jobs and do my thing, you know what I mean? And like, if the shit gets sticky, dog, I gotta tell man, make your arrangements. Because if he come and tell me he putting something on me, he ain't putting nothing on me. He ain't putting nothing on me.
Mind my business until it's my business, fam. And then I'ma mind that shit like a motherfucker, fam.
And then I'm minding everybody's business, fam. Then everybody's business is in mind, fam. You know what I mean?
I'm minding my own business to make sure that I don't get fucked up, fam. That's how I stay, fam. I have to be minding my business, fam. I don't pay no mind to all that other shit until that shit start fucking around with my business, fam. And that become my business. So I got
just leave me alone in it. That's what it is. Just leave me alone in it. The moral of the story, the moral of this whole thing is just leave me alone in it. Because
don't call me for no.
What's that song that Pusha T did, bro? What's the song that Pusha T did? Sorry, nigga, I'm trying to come home. listen.
Yeah.
Listen, dog.
Yeah.
If it comes down to you going in there or me going in there, I'm not going in there, bro. So you, like, not you will, but I mean, you, whoever you is.
Man, I ain't gonna do no nefarious shit, fam. And now that I know that you're not that nigga to do no nefarious shit with, I ain't gonna call you to do no shit like that, fam.
No.
And I hope you don't call me to do no shit like that, because I'm not, bro.
The only way man could ever do jail time, it would have to be behind something real. It'd have to be behind something like a motherfucker do something to your family, or it'd have to be something like that. Where
shit, then we can hold it down. But if it's some petty ass bullshit like, you fucking broke the neighbor's thing, like, dog, nah, you broke the neighbor's thing, fam. I told you not to break the neighbor's thing.
And also ask the neighbors how much it costs, because I'll just pay for the shit, because I'm not going in there. You know what I mean? Let's figure out what we can do, because I'm not going in there.
Out of court, innit?
Yeah. We don't even need all of that. We don't even need all of that trial shit. Just tell me what you need.
Let's settle this outside of court, fam.
Aye, bro, you take monthly payment plans, bro. Like, whatever you need, blood. We gonna fix this here, blood. We ain't doing all of that shit, because I'm not going in there. You know what I mean? Because I'll make up a crime that you did, bro. Fuck that. Fuck that, bro. I'll just tell the judge you did something, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
I'll just pick a date, fam, and I'll be like, that date, man. See, man, do wicked things, fam.
Blood. Oh, fuck it all. Alright, let me play these voice notes, and I am still gonna answer your question.
I don't know where the heck is this motherfucking I was gonna say, why this motherfucker just keep out here messaging this shit, man? We haven't heard enough of that prison bullshit.
Nah, it's someone else.
Alright, cool.
You ain't crossing out a woman. It's women, and I hate the text.
Oh shit, he was in
what
the tumble
kind of alien? What kind of alien? What?
Yo, they're trying to transmit a message.
Like a Nibiruvian, fam.
Wait, there's one more.
I'm telling you, girl power, she means what she says. I was just short $2 from 100 grand, and she dumped me.
Hey man, like I said before, whatever homie say, you got it, fam. I ain't arguing with you, dog.
One there that dumped you for less than $2.
Yeah. It has to be something in it. There has to be something over there, bro. Like, y'all keep it over there, because I'm not going in there, fam. I'm not going in there, bro.
Got it. Nah, y'all got it. Yeah,
Alright,
definitely got it.
to answer your question,
Finally.
who would, if I have to deal with either you at your most worst lit or me at my most worst lit?
Be realistic. You're not gonna hurt my feelings. I know the truth.
No. Because I'm thinking about it. You know what it is. I would rather deal with me, but here's why. It doesn't equate to the level of litness. Meaning, if you get lit and burst, you get like aggressive and loud, and not like you fucking attacking people and shit, but you just get very rambunctious and passionate about. Whereas me, more time, when I get super lit, I either will want to go to sleep, or I want to fuck bitches.
Fair enough.
Like that's real. Like at the most lit, I'll either want to go sleep or fuck bitches or strap a ting. Do you get what I mean? Like,
fair enough.
And especially say if somebody come up to me and say, "Bro, you fucked up," I'll be like, because I'm fucked up, and then I'll just sit in the corner and just be fucking lit. Do you know what I mean? Type shit. Yeah. Whereas you're very like,
I'm not that bull. I'm very
get
that bull.
Rambunctious. But again, I don't think. All right, you know what? I think I phrased the question wrong. I think the way I actually meant to phrase the question was like, between us, who at their peak of doing the shit, who got the most lit. I think is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, my friend, I don't know if you've ever asked, but yeah, again, you said that doesn't really equate. But then to me, it's
Because
still
there are
like
people who could have 2 beers and they want to fight
yeah,
everybody outside the pub. Do you get what I mean?
see,
That doesn't mean he's
see,
more
do
lit
you
than
know what I
someone
mean?
else.
But then
It's
at
like,
the same time, it's like, yo, if I've had, let's say, 1 beer and that, like, I'm not that fucked up. Okay, I've had 10 beers and I'm not that fucked up, right?
right.
It's like, you're not at the latest yet, fam. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, even though you've had like 10 beers, you're not at the latest that you could
But
get.
what if I'm litter than you, who's only had 2 beers, but you don't drink, so them 2 beers have hit you in your soul. But I'm actually more lit than you are, but I can hold my shit.
Like,
Because I definitely think I can hold my shit better than you can hold your shit. And that's not a diss.
Oh yeah,
that's not a
I
diss.
can't. I'm not a liquor holder, fam. I'm a liquor pourer, fam. Right, fam. I'm not a liquor holder. I'm a pourer, dog. We gonna pour that shit till I'm finished, and now I'm finished, and then we get all go to sleep, fam. End story, perfectly, fam. But what I'm saying is, like, if I'm a person, yeah, that like drinks, let's say, 3 cocktails, and then like I go blackout, I get mash up, fam. But then you're a person that drink 10 cocktails and still be out to even like do normal shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Type
Go
shit.
do your shopping and whatever.
Type
It's
shit.
like, are we really basing the amount of alcohol consumed and equating that to litness? Or are we talking about the depths of the effect of the thing? Because if we're talking about who get the littest, I'd argue the point to say if you just want to sleep and maybe even like talk to some gal, yeah, I'm litter than you every time, bro. I'm the littest.
But what if though, in that state where I feel that way, I am burst up, but that's just where the burst state reverts to. Meaning, when I get super burst, I don't want to like say,
it just means
I don't want to be super active and shit. It's like a low key type of thing, but it doesn't negate.
It just means that you hit. It just means that you reached the same way that I hit my 3 cocktails and I was broke up. Is like now you reached yours in it. But the fact that you can still hold it, you're not as lit as me, fam.
Okay, so your I guess your response to that, I guess what I'm taking it is like it's the effect, basically. Meaning if I drink one
so much
and I'm
quality.
gone. Okay.
It's not so much the quantity, it's the effect. Do you know what I mean? Because
I can hear that.
We've got friends. Do you know what I mean? We've got friends that like will hit like 3 shots, and you will see man moving much differently, fam. You'll just see him like going to grab a gal hand and being like, "Yo, babes, come in." You know what I mean? Like we got people like that I've seen with my own eyes, man.
But see, I was never like the come here sort of shit. It's like
once I've had my 2 drinks and my 3 shots here, and you've had 2 shots, it's like we're on the same level of wavedness. If that makes sense.
Okay. I can follow that. And I guess it's probably the fairest way to judge it, innit? Because otherwise you're just judging who can hold a drink the best.
Who can drink the most, but then that's not
But that's not a fair way to. No, you're right. You're right. I'll give you that. You're right. Okay, so then if I'm answering your question with all that in mind, then you're definitely worse. Then yeah, you're definitely worse.
Oh yeah, I'm the wickedest, bro. I told you about.
But I think that and again, this isn't to glorify these kids. This isn't to big it up. We're just having an honest, open
not even for real. Yeah.
Like, but I think that I drink more than you do, though. I just think that you don't hold it as well as I do. I think on a consistent day-to-day basis, I probably drink more than you do. And you have to remember, I'm not drinking WKD. is what you have to remember.
Yeah.
There's one thing that man drink, and it's that. And I think that I probably drink that more consistently than you may do your thing. But again, I feel like it's kind of like bunning, in it, where if you're someone who like you bun every day and like you might bun 3, 4, whatever, like your tolerance level goes up in it. Like you can just hold it better because your body gets used to kind of dealing with that. It's like a similar sort of thing. It's like man can sip the ray and that, and it won't affect me the way that it will affect people if they sip ray, because people don't usually sip ray.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean?
Not on a casual one.
Whereas I'll sip it on a casual thing. And again, I'm not here fucking backing liters and liters and liters of the shit. But I can sip ray on a casual thing and go to work or go shopping or do, you know what I mean? Like I can just think it better. So, okay. No, fair enough though. Fair enough. I think you are right though.
No, it's a difference. It's a difference. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? You know when I started noticing that? Yeah. Because I used to think I was a lightweight, but then obviously, do you know what I mean? Live with certain people and realize like, Ross, there's other people that like
really can't hold
this
it.
level. Yeah, this level that I'm like, right, okay, we're getting somewhere now. I'm about to be fucked up, best up, bracing myself. It's like I've had less. In fact, you've had less drinks than me. You've had like a drink and a bit. I'm on my third one, and I'm like.
Do you remember? Do you remember your birthday when I come up your sides and shit?
Yeah,
Mags, no, not with Mags, but like Mags and shit. And that was when me and Johnny like made peace and shit in it. And obviously told him bring the buckle through whatever. Now, reminder, you, me, and Mags, we had already been on the shit from Yard Day in it, like, and again I brought you man Ray and shit, like we killed the one bottle of Ray. Do you remember? It was at your crib. Yeah, before we even got to your mum's yard where the actual shit was going on, we killed the one bottle of the liter of Ray, murked it, and then your man Mags.
We took some.
Listen. We took some. Didn't I get 2 bottles though? Wasn't it 2 bottles?
No, it was one time. You got one, and then another one turned up.
No.
Yeah. I promise you, bro. I promise. Because we had one bottle of Ray that you got. Ed got another bottle of some other shit, and Ed
wasn't there, bro. What are you talking about? Ed wasn't there.
Oh yeah, shit. That was another time. Goddamn.
So yeah, now you're talking about something else, bro. Like, now listen to me. Man came, and I think I bought 1 liter bottle of Ray with me. And then I think we went to the shop and got another one type shit.
Right.
And then we bodied the one in the crib. Like we was just getting ready to leave and shit. We ended up bodying the whole 1 bottle. And then Mags wanted to burst the second one in it. And man was saying to me like, nah, bro, chill in it because we go into the place. You know what I mean? Like we go in there. We don't have to do it all right now. Like we go in there type shit. Do you get what I mean? And then obviously... we there and shit, evening come. So again, we've been on the shit, and obviously we get there, there's more liquor, and then obviously Johnny turned up, because obviously I spoke to him on the phone, whatever. And he came with the next one in it. But do you remember, obviously, between all of us, we ended up like killing that one that he brought. But do you remember, he was mash up though, fam. Do you remember he was on the stairs, bro, sleeping, fam. He was mashed up, fam. But that's to the point that you're making, though, innit? It's like we had been drinking way more than man, but the effect was like a lot heavier on man. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. Like, so, no, I hear you.
Yeah. So, like, who drinks the most is a different topic. Who gets the most weight is a different topic. There's 2 different categories.
You see what it is as well, though. And again, I want to say, just for the sake of the listening audience, this isn't like man bigging up the drinking thing. This is just man just talking, like, because we get it. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, for me, what I realized about myself is I'll more so like drinking shit when I'm in the studio or when I'm doing shit. I'm trying to like be creative. Like more time in the day, it's not like man are like, fucking hell, I need to have a drink. Like man got like crackhead itches and shit. It's never that. It's like, but when man come in here, man like to have a sip of something, get in a vibe, whatever the fuck it is, like
And
do it type shit. And I think that's why man will like drink more often, but I drink like at a lower rate, if that makes sense. So say where you might drink to be like, all right, we getting burst in it, like we doing it type shit. Whereas my thing is like, man are drinking with the intention of not getting burst, if that makes sense. It's like, I don't want to get burst. I just want to catch a vibe type shit. And I think like that's probably...
I think maybe where I go wrong is I don't know intent.
Nah, I'm telling you, like for me anyway, because again, I was in that position. Again, the Ray Monday shit I brought up, man was in that position where I was drinking the shit with the intention of getting twist up, like with the aim of getting twist up, and like man end up vomiting the toilet, and I was like, do you get what I mean? Like I was doing it like that mad thing. Whereas now I sip with the intention of like, don't get mash up, like ride the wave, don't chase the wave, ride it type shit. And like, just I found kind of in me approaching it differently has like changed the relationship that man have with the whole like drinking thing. Where, like I said, once upon a time, bro, it's like, man's gonna get this shit. And you remember, bro, I'll bell you like 10, 11 in the morning. And I'll be like, yo, yeah, man just got this whole thing, fam. I'm trying to kill this before Shorty get home and that, you know, like with the intent. And then man, I'll bell him back 30 minutes later, yo, bro, send me a beat, fam. I'm about to go crazy. Like, and then we talking bullshit, like crazy times, innit? Crazy times. Whereas now, it's a lot more like I said, it's like an assistant type of thing. Like man don't need to do it, but it's nice to just catch a little wave. It's nice to just catch a little ting, but I'm still in control. I'm still operating my faculties. I can still, it can loosen you up a little bit. You know what I mean? It's like, I kind of feel like I've just redefined my relationship with the shit. Do you get what I mean? And like that.
I think kind of same. You know what I mean? Like, I had a little time when I was waking up, going to work, and like still being mashed up, fam, and then being hungover all day at work, fam, and then coming home being like, how do I get rid of this hangover, fam? Could sleep, but it's like 4 in the evening, fam. If I sleep now, I'm be up around like 1ish, fam, and then we're gonna be up all night, fam. Might as well just like chill out for a sec. Hit the shop, get a quick little sip, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that shit might make the shit, like it was like a cycle, you know what I'm saying? And then I guess like in the last like couple of weeks, especially more so in the last week, because like again, like I said, it's been a mausoleum, fam. Especially more so in the last week, I'm like, you don't have to fucking mash a leader, fam. You know what you're trying to get at. You know what I mean? And like, yeah, cool. Sometimes like, you know, you want to get thing, but like, you don't have to get like fucked every time.
Obliterated. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think like,
and you know what, bro?
Getting like,
go on.
Yeah, I started getting like little things in it. Like the little sheeted things.
Right.
Or like the small things, like a little 20 CL or something like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Trying to be like, if I can keep that for like, you know what I'm saying? If I can hit like half that, it will be a good thing. And tomorrow, the rest of the half that shit will be a good thing. We don't go like overbound.
Yeah.
You don't gotta go like overboard with the shit.
Nah, I hear that, man. And I think, bro, I think like a big part of any kind of growth cycle is like when you start having like those kind of honest conversations with yourself, where there's almost like not a battle, because again that makes it sound too like nitty-ish, but like when you can feel your lower energy wanting to like, nah, just do that shit, fam, but your higher energy is like, bro, you really don't need to do that, you know, like you really don't need to, fam. Like it's not actually going to benefit you to do that. Like you can just and like when you are open to receiving that kind of internal communication, I definitely think, again, for myself, like that was a massive part on me redefining my relationship with that shit. Do you know what I mean? Like I've said this to you so many times, but it's like for me, I remember, you know, I'm here in the crib and man would get mashed up and fuck up and fucking vomiting in the toilet and fucking passing out and madness, going crazy and shit. And I remember my girl was like, yo, dog, like, this isn't normal, you know, fam. Like, this isn't cool. It's not fun. It's not sexy. It's not any of these shits. And like, I remember kind of sitting down with myself and being like, all right, bro, because you always say to yourself, like, it's not that. So then, okay, then why are you doing it? All right, well, shit, I'm doing it because it's fun, man, and it's fucking lit, and it's cool. But why do you feel the need to have to chase that feeling? Well, shit, man. I guess, you know, in life sometimes maybe I feel like I've not accomplished the things I want to accomplish, and maybe I feel like I'm not in the place that I want to be in. So I guess, I don't know, I just want to try and make myself feel like happier and like I had to begin to have like those honest, deep level conversations with myself. Because one thing I've always known about myself with drinking alcohol and shit, and after all the things that we've said, this is going to sound like, sure, nigga. But I know that I don't have a drinking problem, because so many times at the drop of a hat, I'll just be like, I'm not going to drink for like a month. I'm not going to drink for like 2 months. And I'll do that periodically just to test myself, just to make sure that I can still do that. Because I don't ever want to get to the point where I say I'm going to do it and then I can't do it, because that means that there is an issue. So just every so often, I don't plan it, I don't time it. Just every so often, I just wake up and feel like, you know what? I'm not going to drink for like 3 months. And then I just won't. And it's fine. And that I just do that to remind myself, you in control in it. This thing ain't in control of you. You in control of it. So if you want to have a good time and that's cool. But as long as you remember that you in control and it's not in control, then thinking it. And like, it's just, I think with anything in life, with any sort of habits that people have, like, I don't think a habit in itself is a bad thing. I think that usually our relationship with the habit usually comes from a bad thing. And that happens a lot. But I think it's important to, when you recognize that, to try to redefine the relationship you have with any habit. I said this to you either on the last pod or the pod before, but it's like, yo, I really believe that once you have been addicted to anything, so I'm not just talking about drugs and alcohol. You can be addicted to coffee. You can be addicted to sweets. You can be addicted to TV. You can be addicted to making music. Like, you can be addicted to fucking bitches. You can be addicted to anything. And I truly believe that once you're addicted to something, you'll always have the proclivity to be addicted to things. You'll always have the vulnerability to become addicted to something. And my thinking is like, that in itself isn't a bad thing. It's just usually the thing that we usually get addicted to isn't something that's good for us. Do you get what I mean? And so for me, it's always like, try to use that thing and attach it to something that's going to bring you back some kind of reward or harvest that's going to do something good for you. You know what I mean? So even like I said, addicted to the making music shit, it's like, I'd rather be addicted to making music than addicted to fucking heroin. You know what I mean? Like, like you like pick your poison in a sense. And it's like, I think when you begin to redefine how you approach a lot of these things, it really changes your relationship with these things. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not one of those people who says like smoking is bad or drinking is bad. You understand the health implications. You understand that there are some. And if you're willing to accept that, then do your thing. My whole thing is just never try not to get into a position where it has control of you. Do you know what I mean? Like, you should always have control of it. But the thing about these sort of like things is that they can trick you into thinking you have control when really they have control. Manipulation, spiritual warfare. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just important to, not to sound hawky or anything, but that's why it's important to just sit with yourself sometimes and just meditate on your own state of being and and ask yourself questions and then answer them. It sounds really dumb, but ask yourself a real question that you don't know the answer to, and then sit and try and think, because you'll get the answer. All the answers are inside of us. Do you know what I mean? Like, God made man in his image. We pray to the sky, but really we need to pray internally. Like, I don't want to get into all of the woke shit right now, but I'm saying like,
we don't need to,
yeah, it's not even 10 yet. Do you know what I mean? It's not even 10 yet. I'm just saying, like, I think it's important for people to be honest with themselves, even if they're not honest with other people, because being honest with yourself always leaves a space for opportunity and for growth and for betterment. When you get into the space where you start lying to yourself and capping to yourself and trying to believe your own lies, that's a whole different monster that you don't want to fucking start dealing with. Do you get what I mean? Because that's when you start getting into denial and all that sort of shit. You know what I mean? It's like, if you feel like you're a piece of shit and you can honestly say like, yo, I feel like I'm a piece of shit, there's space for growth in that honesty. Do you get what I mean? Like, there's space for growth in there. So yeah.
I think it is very important, but I think sometimes, in fact, I'll put it like this. Most of the times when shit like that is happening, it's like something else is happening.
Yeah.
And like, that's just a way for that thing to like manifest out of your
psyche,
being, as it were. You know what I mean? That's just a way for that thing to manifest out of your, like, the space that you manifest out of. It's like everything that comes into the space has to be reproduced outside. You know what I mean? And like, a lot of the time, it's like, even say like, oh yeah, you know, I'm going through this like habit thing or whatever, I'm doing this and this is happening. It's like, there's people that like have been through the shit. And now they the people that teach other people how to not be like that, or how to climb out of that pit.
Brother, if I could tell you about fucking one of the like clients, customers, whatever you want to call them, that I've had to deal with this week, bro. We talk about some people have been through the worst of the worst shit. I won't even say the shit on air, fam. Like, that's something I have to talk to you about offline, innit, bro? But let me just say that you're right. Some people have been through some shit that's like fucking hell, dog.
Right. You know, but then in this life, what this physical existence is, it's like a fear of, man, I'm not trying to make it sound negative, but it's like a fear of suffering, and who can last the scene and say they were to not fuck it up and flinch and be like, shit, is going to be the one that emerges victorious. And that's not to say that you can't at any point fuck up and be like, shit, that hurt like a motherfucker. Yeah, you can. It's okay. You can hurt them. But it's like, you still have a role to play.
Yeah.
Sometimes the suffering make you forget that, oh shit, I have lines to say at this part. Because you're so deep in the suffering that, you know what I'm saying? The lights don't even matter like that no more, fam. How do I get this whip to stop cracking my back, bro? Fuck them lines, you know? Shit, hurt like a motherfucker.
I actually ain't heard about no lines right now.
Yeah.
I was in my back, fam. Like,
You know what I mean? But the motherfucker, that's just like, whip, gunter, whip, gunter, whip. Yeah, because they ain't forget, fam. Sometimes they don't even know why they won't quit and why they won't give up, fam. They just doing that because they spirit, fam. They just won't let them forget, fam. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying?
in the
end of it, you got, how do I say this? You gotta like learn from the shit and you gotta like evolve from the shit. You gotta dance with that shit. You can't run away from that shit because that shit ain't gonna never stop. And you can't evade that shit because that shit gonna be everywhere. That shit is you, fam. What's the quote?
You know what?
Everywhere. What's that quote? Everywhere I go, there I am, or something like that.
Well, you know what?
Something
I
like
think
that.
that's a really good segue into something I wanted to talk about in regards to no matter where you go, you can't get away from the shit. Top Boy. Top Boy.
Oh, you mean the Wire 0.5 version?
The Wire Top Boy. Top Wire Boy. Like,
the Wire Boy.
The Wire Boy. So, again, for the sake of the people listening and shit, if you've not seen the latest season of Top Boy, season 3, I believe, spoilers alert, you should have watched it by now. It's not our fault, and we're going to talk about it. So, well, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
I think you should go first. Unless you're going to say what I'm going to say, then I'm be pissed that you went first.
Just take all of your off the pod shit, fam. Like, yo, you know what's crazy? When you think about it, don't you think that Jack and Kieran are like just take my whole talking point.
Just go with it, fam.
Nah, okay. I'll go first and I'll give a rundown of this shit. So again, for background, man watched Top Boy from when it was on Channel 4, like before. Like, Netflix picked it up, like man watched Top Boy.
Times when it was proper fun.
And that's when like Scorcher was in it and shit, and like, you know what I mean? And and again, you see the story of Shane from there, and then obviously when the Netflix series picks up, it kind of picks up from where they are and shit. You see the Shane, you see Sully, you see all these guys. Cool. There were a lot of trailers that came out for it. I saw a lot of trailers for this thing. And with any show that I'm like looking forward to watching, I'll watch the trailers in it, like show me something. And in watching the trailers, I think that all right, you may not get this here, but someone out there will get this. If you've ever watched one of those like stupid girl shows with your girl, like Married at First Sight, or fucking The Ultimatum on Netflix, like these sort of dumb
type shit. I've seen that. I've seen type shit.
Game show shits, lovey, whatever shit, couple shits, right?
Type shit.
What they'll do a lot of the times in the advert is they'll make shit seem like it's super dramatic. Like, oh shit, you gotta watch this shit, bro, because they turning the fuck up.
Yeah.
And then when you watch it, it's like, oh,
that's that scene that they had in the commercial.
That was it, bro. Like, so all that build up, and then she just like nah, like that, and that was the end of it. Like all of that, you lot was playing this trailer fucking nonstop, and it was just that, fam. I feel like Top Boy did a lot of that in the trailers. In watching the trailers, what I was not expecting is the wrong term, because I knew before I watched any of the episodes that it wasn't going to be what I thought it was going to be, and I knew that it would just be a different approach. And but in my mind, I thought, okay, they're finally it's the final season. they're not bringing the show back. They say they finally going to give us Deshane versus Sully. Like, we finally going to see it because these tensions have been growing. You know what I mean? They've been doing what they're doing, but because of the greater good and whatever, cool. We finally going to see them actually fucking duke it out and see who's actually wicked and who's like
pants, bro. That showdown.
Yeah, we getting there. Listen, we getting there, bro. We getting there. We getting there.
Christ.
One sec.
Sorry.
No, it's alright. So, the show starts. It's Sully telling Deshane, "Aye, bro, jump off the road," innit? Like, the whole premise of it is like Deshane's coming off the road, and Sully basically is going to be the guy now. Like, where Sully was always, Sully was Vegeta and Deshane was Goku, basically. And it was kind of like, no matter what Sully did, he just couldn't quite, in his own mind at least, reach that. He was wickeder than him. If you actually look at the amount of bodies that he caught on the shit, he was wickeder than him. Like he was way wicked. The same way you look at Vegeta and Goku, Vegeta's way wickeder than Goku. Fam. Like, he's a wicked dude. Like, you know what I mean?
But
in his own mind, he always kind of existed in Deshane's shadow, innit? So him and Deshane have had their differences, whatever. He's gone, and from the last season, obviously Deshane went and clapped Jamie in it. And if you remember from the last season, I think I put that shit in a verse, the Animus freestyle. I think I talked about that shit. But Deshane went to the prison because he set Jamie up in it. They put the gun in that Ute's bag and sent the Ute to Jamie's house so he could drop the gun there. And sent the feds over there, and that's how I got him locked up and shit. And Deshane goes to the prison, speaks to Jamie, and says, "Yeah, bro, like, I put you in here, in it. Like, that's how, like, yeah, man, I can do shit. Do you get what I mean? But, yo, man, I get you out of here. Work for me, in it. Like, we do our thing, da-da-da-da-da." And Jamie was like, "I bet." Jamie comes out, he's back at the crib with his brothers and shit. And then again, the last episode, you see Sully come into the crib, wigs Jamie, and the show ends, in it.
Yeah,
so the show starts back up.
To use him, Deshane basically like
because Deshane has been saying
was like he wanted him and Sully to like take a step away from that shit and the different shit. Wow,
like that was Deshane's plan the whole time, innit? Which is why I think this season started with Deshane coming off the road, because his plan the whole time was like, if we really want to make P, we have to come off the road, innit? And Sully's whole thing was like, bro, I'm a gunman in it. Like, I don't know about this other business shit you're talking about, bro. I'm a gunman. Do you get what I mean? Like, I wig niggas. That's what I do, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like, so again, this season starts. Deshane is in the restaurant with, what's her name? Lil Sim's character. What's her name?
Yeah, I didn't get like together vibes from them. I got like sibling vibes from them too. It was weird.
You know what? But if you watch the previous seasons, I definitely got like they were into each other from the previous seasons type shit. This season, you didn't feel it as much.
Maybe the shit was a little bit fucked up because some shit has happened. You know how.
But I think maybe even to the greater band of the story, like it kind of maybe adds to it because obviously they broke up and shit. So anyway, it starts with Shane at dinner with Shirley.
Yeah, Shelly. Yeah,
Shelly. Yeah. Lil Sim's character in it. Shout out to Lil Sims too.
She smashed it.
She's. I like Lil Sims, man. I think she's so beautiful. Like, her dreads are so amazing. Oh my god! As a nigga with locks, bro, her locks are so fucking beautiful. Fam. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm with the story, nigga.
Sorry. You sound like my girl right now, innit, fam? You sound like my girl right now.
Yeah, because I'm teeing up right now. I'm lining up my shot.
So they at the restaurant, innit? They're at the restaurant and they're having a good time. They're talking about, she's gonna buy these shops and da-da-da-da-da. And Deshane's all like, yeah, man, yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, that's sick. Da-da-da-da-da. It looks like a good interaction. Deshane gets the text from Jack, who Anyway, Deshane gets text from Jack saying that, yeah, like Jamie been done in it. Like, yeah, Jamie got body type shit. All right, cool. Deshane then like switches in it. His whole demeanor changes. Face goes serious. Shelly talking to me, not even listening and shit. And then he just gets up from the table and dips in it. From there, hold on. Do me a favor, bro. Just talk for a second. Just talk for 1 second.
I'll say this. That first scene here, I tried to go back here and see. Well, you can see what like the messages that come, but then there's a message that come from Sully. Or was that another scene? That might have been another scene. But like, he gets up, he leaves, goes to the bathroom, and it's almost as if like it doesn't really make sense. Like, why is he doing that? Why is he just getting up and why is he going to the bathroom like that? Like, I was saying, I'm not like 100%. I'm kind of 50-50. It might have been another scene, but like it seemed like he got a message from Sully also while he was at that table.
Do you think?
And then he got up because like he saw the oh yeah thing done thing, and he sat there for some time, and he looked back at his phone again, and it does like quickly just like do a little sweep. I tried to like see, and it obviously it's like 3 notifications that come up in it when it like sweeps. But
yeah.
I tried to look at the top one. Yeah, I think that was a message from Sully.
Okay, I can follow that. Like he said, like, yeah, man. But do you think that Sully would have texted Deshane though to add into like the whole tension in the season?
No, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know because
because I hear you in it. I hear you, but I think just because of like the whole tension of how they built between them two, and obviously what happened in the end, like. I don't see Sully messaging man, because Sully would look at it almost like, yo, is he my dad, bro? Why I gotta message him and tell him I did shit? Like, I'm me, my nigga. I ain't gotta message him like, man, know me, bro. Like,
not to be like, oh, yeah,
no. I'm not saying even that it would be like that. I'm saying because of the chip that Sully has on his shoulder about Deshane, because from what we've seen in these episodes, like you can tell that Sully does envy something about Deshane in it. Like he does envy that Deshane is kind of the guy and he's kind of the second guy, which is why his whole thing the whole time has been like, yo, nah. He's not the boss, bro. We the boss in it. Like he's always very thing about that because he in his own self he knows that people look at Deshane as the actual boss. Do you remember when
Deshane's actually the guy, really, actually? Because even still, all these men are like, oh, should we not tell Deshane? Why haven't we got to tell Deshane?
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Do you remember when it's like, yeah, you should tell Deshane? It's like, bro, why, fam? Like, what do you mean tell the shit? Like what type shit? So that's the only reason why I would say maybe he didn't text him, because even if it wouldn't come across like that, I can't see, because Sully would look at it as though like, why have I got to text Deshane and tell him shit? You know what I mean? So anyway, and thank you for talking just then. Flipping, my mum's was belling me, fam. She belled me like 4 times in it. She's like, all right, what's going on? She left me a voice note. Oh, I just wanted to say hello. Ma. Like, I love you too. Ma. I love you too, Ma. But you know that I'm recording right now, innit? Like, and she's like, oh, sorry, I forgot. Like, I was like, Ma, you belled me 4 times in a row, Ma. Like, that's emergency stuff, Ma. Like,
yeah,
bless her
something
heart.
was happening.
Shout out, Mama Francis. You know what I mean? But anyway, so. The story goes on. Basically, I'll try and like consolidate a little bit. Deshane is essentially planning to get out of the streets, innit? He's going to invest in Shelly's shops. She's buying like 9 additional chains plus the shop that she's got. She's going to have like a 10 chain store kind of thing, operation going on. Big money type shit. Obviously, Deshane, the old crotchety white woman that looked like she should have been in Harry Potter, like his accountant,
Oh,
his street
yeah.
accountant lady.
That bitch.
That bit.
God,
What was it? Life or something?
Life, yeah.
Like
Bitch,
from the time I heard her name, I was like, yeah, this bitch could do some fuck shit. Her name is Life. What kind of fuck name is
her
that,
name
dog?
is Life. Yeah, hell no.
Lithe. Life. What the fuck kind of bullshit is that? Anyway.
Yeah, because that shit sound like life. And you know, man, in the end, life talk about motherfucker gut lesson.
Anyway,
leave out
so
that for a second.
the Shane, obviously, he's, you know, this is actually like his street bank, innit? Like essentially like fucking for all his drug money and his whatever money. He's put money with this woman. He's like, all right, cool, say nothing. I'm going to go and get my money from this lady. And then we'll run the shop thing in it. Like, we'll do that because truth told, like, this road thing is long. Man, trying to really do that anymore. Cool, whatever. He goes there. The lady's basically telling him, like, oh, yo, nah, like, money don't really work like that, fam. Like, you invested in a consortium. You can't just, like, withdraw your funds. Like, all this sort of shit. And as we're watching it, I'm saying to my girl, like, I get why the Shane's pissed, but the lady is actually right. Like, if you put money into a consortium, you can't just withdraw your money out of it. Like, it doesn't work like that.
To me, as soon as she started talking that shit, I was like, oh, yeah, that bitch gonna run away from.
See, and I didn't even think that at that point. I didn't even think that at that point.
That shit, bro, as soon as she was like, oh, yeah, no, immediately, and then he started getting all like aggy and shit, I was like, oh, yeah, she out of there from. He ain't gonna never see her again after this.
And see, I think that was the mistake in it. Because obviously it's all some shiesty shit and that in it. But I think the fact that he kind of went so aggy at her pushed her to running away. Because at the end of the day, this bitch is about making money in it. And his thing was like, I want this money to take this money to invest in something that's going to make more money. You know what I mean? So you're going to get more dough and shit. Now, you could argue because that's legal money, he wouldn't need her anymore. And all right, cool. I hear that. But I think because he went there and he pressed the thing like, no, I'm coming back tomorrow, fam. And you better have my 2.1 mil. And she's telling him, my brother,
15,
that's not how money works in it. Like, I can't just go and get to... Huh?
15.2.
Nah, but he only needed 2.1 because that was the bid in it. Like, he only needed that.
He went there to ask her for the 2.1. But she was like, oh yeah, but then he was like, yo, run me my shit. And that's when she started explaining to man about the fees and shit. And he was like, you mean 800 bands of my shit just like went missing?
Right.
No, it's fees, bro. So he's like, yeah, I bet. Run me the rest of my shit.
Right. And I think because he did that, and again, this bitch probably a shiesty bitch anyway, whatever, cool. But I think that rattled.
I mean, probably is kind of selling it.
No, of course, and I get what you said. But man do work with like the bank and shit. Do you get what I mean? So I'm saying understanding how money funnels and money works and shit. It's like if a nigga come to you and tell you to run him 15 M's or he's gonna blow your head off, you're gonna run away. Because the way that money like that works, you can't just go get 15 M's. It doesn't, all your street shit is cool and, yo, I'll come here and shoot, man. That's all cool, bro. I can't bring 15 M's back here tomorrow. Money don't work like that. Do you get what I mean? And I think the fact that he gave her like 7
days, he gave her 7 days.
No, he didn't, bro. Remember, she said 7 days. She was like, yo, I need you to at least give me like 7 days. And he was like, yo, I'm going to come back tomorrow. And you better have something bad to tell me.
No,
that's
bro,
what he said.
No, bro. The time when he went mad and then she disappeared after that, yeah, it was like he went there to go and get that other money from that 2 point something from. And then she was like, I can't just get that. And he was like, yo, I need that in 7 days. And she was like, that's techie, fam. Because he invested, and she started explaining to man about the whole shit.
Nah, you right. But what I'm saying is there was a point where he was there, whether it was that point or the second time he went to go see her. And I don't think there was a second time. I think he only saw her that one time. But there was a point, they said the 7 days, and then he said, yo, I'm going to come back tomorrow, and you better have something better to tell me. He didn't say you better have my money or this. He said you better have something better to tell me, or you better have some better news or something. But because I remember the whole thing with the 7 day shit, is like, I need it in 7 days. But he was then like, yo, I'm going to, she's like, yo, this is what happened. He was like, I need that shit in 7 days. She was like, yo, I can't really do that shit in 7 days. Like, I'm gonna need a bit more time than that. He was like, all right, cool. Well, I'm going to come back tomorrow and you better have something better to tell me. That's what he said. But he still needed it in 7 days, though. He still needed it in 7 days. Because obviously the thing went on and on after that. It was like 2 more episodes after that, and then that was like the 7 day period.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the shit. So life basically ends up running away with the white woman that Jamie beat in the last season, the older white woman, and her husband who was like Connect. I can't remember her name, but that older white woman, like her and life basically like fucked off with the money in it.
No, not Linda.
Some white woman name in it, like something like that. But they fucked off with the money. No one can get in touch with them. No one can get in touch with them. So now, let's say her name's Linda. Linda husband, you see him trying to log into his account. He's locked out of all of his shit. You see him go to like the fucking bank office and like they're like, yo, we don't know what to tell you type shit. So when Deshane comes to see him, because Deshane is trying to bell Linda in it, he can't get hold of life, so he's trying to bell Linda. She's not answering her shit. Yeah. So Deshane pulls up to man's yard, and the white dude, who's Linda's husband, is like, yo, dog,
Jeffrey,
I don't know where the fuck this bitch is from, and she gone with all my money, and she locked me out of all of the accounts. And Deshane, again, on some bad man thing, is like, bro, I don't care about all of that. You need to find her, bro. And he's like, brother, like, if she took all of my money that was in the legal bank, your shit is gone. But he didn't want to say that because he knew the shit would bust his head. But it was like, bro, if she took my money, fam, I don't think there's good hopes for your shit, dog. Like, I think that's gone. You know? It goes on. You see a bit of Steph, and I will talk about Steph a bit. I do think ultimately I was disappointed. But at the same time, I think I appreciate that they allowed Steph to be a child in the final season. Like, I think when I think about it, ultimately, I like the fact that they didn't just force him into being a road man, because that would have been such an easy thing to do. And I like the fact that he was able to maintain his innocence. But we'll get to that. So days go by. Shelly goes to the fucking Chinese lady. They put the bid on the place. She haggles it down, 2.1, whatever. He's like, yeah, I'm going to get this money. But he know that he can't get a hold of this bitch. He go back to the white man yard. And mind you, what's Sully doing at this point? Sully
He's getting fucked over by the Irish leaders at this point.
Sully's dealing with the Irishman. Okay, so we have to tell this part of the story as well. So, in the last season, we saw Sully and Jamie go over to Spain, was it? And they made a connect with the Moroccans and that. Or the Albanians, sorry, the Albanians. Whichever one.
That scene, oh, shit.
And that was the scene, if you remember, that was the scene when Sully and Jamie was there. And Sully said to him, bro, I'll fucking kill you, you know, fam. And Jamie was basically like, fam, bro, like, allow it, innit? Like, we even trying to do that. But that was like the precursor to him actually going and killing Jamie sort of shit. Anyway, Sully's story starts with, he's had that connect with the Albanians or the Moroccans, whatever the fuck they is. He's expecting a drop in it. He gets the location, he sends Jack to the location. Jack pulls up, there's just like an empty truck there. Like, yo, there's nothing here. He pulls up, they're looking around, they're like, yo, like, what the fuck is weird in it? Jack goes in the truck, there's some compartments in the truck, she takes the shit out, there's boxes in there, she opens it, and it's fucking niggas, decapitated heads and shit in the box, and there's a phone on there that says, like, call me in it. So, like, again, you watching this shit, and you like, whoa, this turned the fuck up, fam. All right, shit, who the fuck is these niggas, fam? Like,
going on here, some cartel shit.
Calls the man. the Irish dude answers, basically says like, yeah, fam, like, their man in the boxes was the Albanians that used to be your connect. I'm your connect now. Like, that's how man do it. You know what I mean? So you can either get down or lay down type shit. Like, however you want to do it, boss man. I think you should get down, man. But that's what it is, isn't it? Like, it's heads in boxes. That's how we deal with it. At first, Sully was like, kind of like, nah. But then he was like, you know what, bro? Like, these men are putting heads in boxes. Like, I'm a good man, innit? But I don't cut niggas' heads off and put it in boxes, bro. Like, that's a lot of work to do. That's a lot of manual labor, innit? So, you know what? Fine. We'll fucking go and meet these Irish boys, then, innit? Fine. Like, fuck it.
Yeah, he went to go and get his boy to try and catch them on the where's one, innit?
Like, the mixed race looking you, innit? And you from the time that he went and linked that you, I was like, that you look so shifty, fam. Like, even just the way he was sat there, I was like, look at this nigga face, fam. Like, he don't look shifty to you.
He looked like they used to like do some little bits together here and there, but like now he just like work at the pub with his Margie and
type shit. Like, man don't even really do that no more type shit. Yeah. You know what I mean? But anyway,
Margie, because she owns the pub, is mad connected and shit.
And she knows how shit go down, innit? Like, like type shit. Yeah. So Sully goes to meet, link this youth, because it's like a mixed race youth. I think his mum that owned the pub was supposed to be Irish or something. So he was like, let me go talk to them, because all of these fuckers know each other, innit? And mixed race youth is basically saying to man, like, yeah, like, man know them, but fucking don't get involved with them, man, bro. Like, them man are different in it. Like, their thing is like separate type shit. And so he's like, bro, my thing is separate too, fam. Like, bro, I don't think all of that. I'm a good man, bro. Like, if there's anything that I can do, it's wig man in it. Like, if there's anything that I can do, it's wig man. Just like, bro, just connect the shit and we'll go from there, innit?
Man did try to tell him, like, yo, fam, them man are different, fam.
Yeah, he told him about 2 or 3 times, and Sully was pissed.
They tried to tell him, like, yo, that man not the same, bro. These man don't just shoot them.
And Sully politely told man, with all due respect,
like,
bro.
Too, bro.
Me too, innit? All due respect, me too. Take me to the man, innit? Cool, say nothing. So they go to like a bar now.
With me to take me to the man, fam.
And he's like, nah, bro, like, nah, you just go link. There's like, no, fuck that, fam. Because I don't know what these man look like. You know what they look like, bro. I need to point these man out. And he's like, oh, fuck. You know what? You know what happened a lot in this season of Top Boy? There was a lot of people pulling people into their shit and getting them fucked over when they really had nothing to do with nothing. But we'll get to it.
When they had nothing to do with anything.
We're going to get to Jack and Karen in a second. We're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. So the thing goes on. Sully, they end up at like this horse stable thing, and Sully's like, here, bro. He's like, yeah, fam, like, here in it. They're walking through the stable. It's all like still and quiet. They're trying, you know what I mean? Let that man pop out you and shit. And then out of nowhere, all these gunmen come out. One of Sully's mans get wigged. Fucking and this Irish youth come up. And by the way, I hated this Irish youth. Like, I hated the actor that played him. Don't know who he is, but he couldn't decide whether he was Irish or Scottish or from America or from London. I just hated how much his accent kept changing. Like, it was bothering me, because it's like, there are so many Irish actors that really talk that Irish shit. Why have you got this guy with his mix-up accent fucking on Top Boy? Like, it just annoyed me in it. But anyway, Irish youth pulls up to him. Go on.
It's because casting, fam. The looks.
Nah, it bothered me, fam. Because at a certain point, it was like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, wait, this nigga's from Ireland. They don't talk like that in Ireland, bro. Like, what? Anyway, Irish youth pulls up on him. He's like, yeah, fam, the guy that you spoke to on the phone before, that's my uncle, innit? Like, you know what I mean? I run the operation for him here, type shit. And basically get down, the lay down type shit. And then fucking the Irish youth goes up to the mixed race guy. He's like, oh, you see, Sully, you see your mans? Yeah, he set you up, bro. Like, yeah, safe in it, bro. Respect for setting man up and that. Like, yeah, because we us in it. Do you get me? So like, type shit. So that basically goes on. The guy asks Sully to show him his operation, the Irish shoot. So he goes there, he kind of sees how them man bag it up, and that's all like Jamie's crew in it, like the what's his name? Sai and them, like the youth that was in the Rihanna video. Like, well, Steph isn't really like in the band or
but he just hanging out with them niggas. You know
he was just hanging out. But obviously, when the Irish guy told him,
he was there when them came.
Oh, we're gonna get to it, bro. We're gonna get to it, fam. So obviously now, fucking Sully take man to the spot, show him how they bag it up, cool. He then takes Sully to a care home, and he's like, yeah, basically like how you man use bandos, like we use the care homes like that in it to get type shit. Like we'll move the shit here, takes him down to the basement, and the same mixtress who actually set Sully up, he got him tied to like some shit in the basement, fucking him up and that. And he's like, yeah, bro, like, aye, Sully, I like you in it. Like, I fuck with you, do you know what I mean? So, aye, get your revenge on homeboy in it. Like, fuck this guy in it. And Sully's like, nah, bro, like, nah, you got it, fam. Like, do your thing in it. And he's like, nah, you sure, fam? Like, get some of this, bro. This is good shit, fam. Like, I kick this thing in his teeth. Like, this is some good shit, bro. Sully's like, nah, bro, you got it, fam. Like, aye, you brought him here. This is clearly something you doing in it. Do your thing. Fuck him up. But if you remember, in the barn, when the guy's trying to like strong arm Sully and shit, he mentions Sully's daughter in it.
Oh yeah.
And he says, well, you saw the heads in the boxes and that. I wouldn't want to have to send fucking, what's his daughter called? Susanna?
Tasha.
Like what? Tasha, thank you.
Yeah, Tasha.
I'm not good with names in it. We wouldn't have to send Tasha's mum your box in the head or something like that. Like he says something like that in it, where just to say like, yeah, we know you got a daughter, we know where they live, type shit in it. And if you remember, after that, because he was reluctant to call Deshane, but then Jack called Deshane in it. And then Deshane got involved. Because at this point, Deshane realized the money is gone in it. So he's like, fuck, I need to get this money, bro. So he's like, all right.
And he came around talking about, we're going to get to there, I suppose. Come around and talking about, oh yeah, now I'm just trying to make sure you don't fuck up the peas.
Type shit. Now I'm trying to look out for you, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, so around this time, Deshane gets involved in that. Cool. And Sully says to Deshane, yo, he mentioned Tasha, so he's dead in it. Like, fuck all of this shit, bro. Like, he's dead. Do you get what I mean? Because he mentioned Tasha, dog. Like, I don't play those games. And again, Deshane needs to make a move. He needs to do something. So he's like, I bet. Sully and Deshane fucking talk to a woman that works in the care home and get her to unlock a door and turn the camera off and and they basically hide out in a patient's room who got dementia, who sleeps all day, but then they in the room and she wakes up and Sully says, go back to sleep, auntie. And then she goes back to sleep.
Go back to sleep, auntie.
While they fucking dress like the Grim Reapers in her room and shit.
And the man told him to stop talking.
Bro, like, bro.
Yeah.
So fucking, they... Go on.
Hey. Nah, I was just watching that scene here and I was just thinking, nah, these men are wicked hard, fam. Because my man's there looking at that lady thinking about his mum and shit, like, rah, my mum, do you know what I mean? Rah, my mum. The other guy's just there fucking biding his time, waiting for these, man. His blood is just boiling, waiting to do off these, man. And then they just get up and do a madness, fam. And then, they just leave, fam.
So, bro, they come out of the woman's room, fam, and they ballied up, like, they drill a tire in it, like, they, to the nines type shit. And they creeping through the fucking, all of that, bro. Like, it was so blacked out, you didn't even see no logo, so everything was just black, fam. They look like special ops in that shit, innit? And fucking... They're creeping through the fucking nursing home. Some old person comes up to them and is like, oh, can you take me to Piccadilly Station, please? Like, some bullshit. And somebody's like, go in the room. And the same Irish sheet from before, he's talking to the woman, the black lady who, like, let them in and shit in it. And she's, like, sweating and nervous and fucking mad. And he's like, yo, are you all right, fam? And he's like, yeah, I'm fine. Oh, yeah, I'm cool. Yeah, fine. And he's looking at her like, something's weird. Something weird is going on. So he fucking creeps down the hallway and shit. And then him and Sully and Deshane bump into each other, and it's like, oh shit. And then Sully shoots at him and misses, and then they shoot, and then they have this fucking shootout in the nursing home. A fucking shootout in a nursing home. Which, as a creative idea, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it as a creative idea, because who would picture a shootout in a nursing home? But when I was watching it, I was like, are these niggas having a shootout in a nursing home? Like, what the fuck am I watching?
Bro,
you know what I mean?
Bro, because what I thought I would see is like the niggas hide them people will show up, the lady will text and she'll hide out the same way that she did. And then they wouldn't be like down the hallway. They'd be like right there. They'd enter the place. They find their man, pow, professional business from out.
Yeah.
Like they usually do from. But yeah, now something about this whole shit was just messy from. And that's like that shootout in the nursing home is like a reflection of just like the whole thing.
Because my nigga, one thing I said to my girl, even from the first episode and shit, I said the only thing that's fucked up about Top Boy, is that sometimes they be doing some shit that in real life, if you did that shit, this whole shit is over. And it was like,
if you shoot out in it, bro.
Bro, if you have a fucking shootout in a nursing home and 2-3 people die, the entire ends is locked off, bro. Helicopters, special ops, like nobody's getting out of that. Black niggas that sell drugs having a shootout in a nursing, that's never going down. That's never gonna happen. But again, as just an idea, as like maybe a music video or a creative piece of content, I'm not mad at it.
And I understand that, like, it's, you know, it's not reality. It's not like, oh, based on a true story. It's fiction still, but like.
But the thing about Top Boy, it plays too much with how much fiction they want to use at any point. Yeah. Where some points they'll make it mad realistic. Then other points it's like, bro, that will never happen.
You see that nursing home shootout business here. That's when I started getting the hint that like it seems like they borrowed some tropes from some classic shows, some wicked shows, and just try to jam them in there and do a London thing on there.
Like just put Mandem on it, just a Wagwan on it.
Yeah, that scene there reminds me of the time when they fucked up Gus Fring in fucking Breaking Bad in the nursing home.
Can I tell you something? Really honest and truthful about me?
Go ahead. You never seen Breaking Bad?
I've never seen Breaking Bad. I've never seen.
Like if you'd never seen Breaking Bad, you'd know what I mean. Like
I've never seen The Wire.
You've never seen The Wire, my boy. What you mean? Where you been at, fam?
You know what it is, bro?
2023, fam.
Do you want me to tell you the truth? Do you know what it really is, bro? By time I was like in a state or a place where like I wanted to watch The Wire, there's just not enough hours in the day for me to do that shit. It's like, because The Wire is one of those shows that you have to like watch because there's a lot of the shit. And I know what happens in it. I know the characters in it. Like I know what happens in the show, but I've never actually watched it. And it's just one of those things. Like I've just because there's so many shows like that, bro. Like that, it's just like, you know, when there's like when Breaking Bad was like the hottest thing on planet Earth, and it was kind of like, I don't like watching things when there's a mad hype around it. I like watching shit so I can actually watch it type shit. Yeah. And Breaking Bad, I remember I watched the first episode. One of my brethren in uni, shout out Nick and Daddy, like he tried to put man onto Breaking Bad. I was like, all right, cool, fuck it, I'll watch it. But I watched the first episode and I just wasn't feeling it. I understand that Breaking Bad is a slow burn. I understand that it takes a bit of time to kick up a gear, but then once it kicks up, it goes. Like, I get all of that in it. But just a nigga watching an episode, I was just like, it's not doing nothing for me, so I just never went back to it. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I got that. It took
But
me
it's
like
mad
about
because
3 tries before I actually watched it. If I'm being very honest, it took me like
right.
3 different okay, let's watch the thing. Okay, around a different set of people. Okay, let's watch the thing. Okay, let's watch the thing.
See, I'm not like that. Like I'm very. If I try to watch
like
something,
not like I was trying to watch it. It's like I'd be around a set of people
and they'll suggest it
let's
type
watch
shit.
thing.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right.
And then like a couple of months down the line, I'd be with another set of people. Oh yeah, let's watch thing.
Right.
A couple of weeks down the line,
Yeah, it would take something like that to be fair. Yeah, it would take something like that to be fair.
All right, let me see what this shit is really about.
Because on my own, on my own accord and shit, like if I try to watch something and I just don't connect with it, I'm not really gonna try to go back to it on my own accord in it. And it's like, it's not to say the show isn't good. It's just sometimes shit doesn't like get man.
It just doesn't hit.
Yeah, it just doesn't think. So anyway, let's go back to the shit. So they've had the shootout in a fucking nursing home and got away, by the way, and got away when there was police outside the gate and got away dressed in full black ops fucking attire in the middle of a sunny day, holding whaps and shit,
with suppressors and shit,
with silencers and suppressors and shit on them. They got away, right? And fucking so their thing is like, all right, cool, we back on with the Albanians now, innit? We got these Irish out the way, which I think the Irish as the bad guys, I get why they had them, but because
they try to do because I told you they try to get a good trope out of every classic show, the Irish bad guy in fucking what's it called, the guys with the hats, Birmingham. Peaky Blinders,
yeah.
Their wickedest enemy was that Irish fucking Fed guy, fam. And he was
he wasn't the wickedest. And to be honest with you, I have said for many episodes back that I actually want to come in here and do a full Peaky Blinder review because like I was really into that show. But
maybe he wasn't the wickedest, but he was a strong.
Yeah, no. I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say quickly, like I would need you to watch it also so that I could really get into the way we're doing it with this anyway. But yeah, you're right. There's a lot of tropes that they take and shit. And I think in a 6-episode finale season, why waste the time? Like, because ultimately the shit that you get to is the Shane versus Sully. So why not just use all the episodes to do that and build that story? It's only 6 episodes, which is weird anyway. But it's like, why waste time with the Irish if you're going to kill them in episode 3? Like, why waste all that screen time? Because they took up a lot of screen time telling those stories in it. So they're out the way. The Albanians and shit are back on. Sully's got this white girl that he basically like keeps the shit at her yard because it's feds and shit in it. So he keeps the shit at her yard. And Kieran, our friend Kieran.
My boy.
Kieran basically, I just want to say this off the jump, yeah. That whole storyline was completely Jack's fault. 100% liabilities on Jack. It was absolutely her fault. And Kieran got murked because of Jack. It was absolutely her.
He didn't do
anything except back his brethren. Meaning let's tell it out. So Kieran picks up the fucking food for Sully at this girl's house, innit? Like he tells Kieran to come and drop it, take it to the trap. A side story for Kieran that they also told is basically Kieran was going to get deported, like back to Africa, like on some whatever shit. They put Kieran in the back of a van. The whole sort of community in the block come out. They protesting. They stop the van from being able to leave. Which, by the way, and I was telling it to my girl while we were watching it and shit, that actually happened, you know. That was a story that happened like last year or 2 years ago.
See, it was like I told you, because they just taking wicked shit that will do some
absolutely. Because I remember when that story was in the news, and it was basically like, it was some older Pakistani dude, or like, from that part of the world, and basically they come to deport him in it, and the community just came out and was just like, bro, nah, you ain't deporting shit. And they basically just sat in front of all the vans and shit. And they were out there for like 18 hours or something. Like they just didn't move in it. And then the Home Office called and said, yo, just allow the nigga in it. Like, just let him out. Allow it. It's not worth all this shit that's going on. Do you know what I mean? So that was basically the Kieran story. The community come out. They protesting. They fucking holding up all the police vans, and it's getting a bit riotous and stuff like that. But eventually they're like, all right, we received the call. We're going to let him go in it because you lot are doing a mad thing. Let Kieran out. Everybody's cheering. Oh, yes, community, black power. Yes, all the positive shit. Cool. Kieran goes right back to the block.
Straight away, bro. The woman came to him and said, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. Like, B, there's money to be made. I don't know what you're talking about.
Kieran went right back to the block and started shouting to school kids, fam.
Sully came to that spot where they be at, and he said, yo, shouldn't you be like staying at home, man? Man said, yo, fam, there's money to be made, man. Gotta work, B.
Bro, what was even wickeder, fam? What was even wickeder, bro, was when Deshane went to the spot and he's looking through like the metal cage and shit, and then Jack goes up to him in it. And he's like, yo, what the fuck are you lot doing, fam? And like, yo, they got Kieran in the van in it. They're trying to take him, so you know what I mean? And so he goes, yo, you're a fucking drug dealer? You're a fucking drug dealer? What are you doing around all these feds, bro? Like, are you out of your mind, bro? Do you not know what we do, fam? Like, are you fucking mad, bro? And Will, I swear, no word of a lie, before that Deshane scene, I literally said that to my girl, bro. I was like, yo, don't these niggas sell drugs and kill people? What the fuck are they doing around all these feds, bro? Like, you know what I mean? But anyway, Deshane was just like, yo, like, you need to lock this shit down, bro. Like, you need to lock this shit down.
When he was walking away from after that scene, I literally was just thinking to myself, like, rah. No one told them, man, until Deshane walks past and said, oh, yeah, you, man.
Do you not know that you sell drugs?
Chill out.
Like, do you know what I mean?
Bro,
and fucking Jack was like, fucking, yeah, but they got Kieran, man. Like, what? You think I'm going to leave my brethren? I'll never do that. And Deshane was like, yo, fuck Kieran, fam. I don't give a fuck about Kieran.
Oh, shit. You're fucking up my peas, fam. Yeah,
you're fucking up my bread, bro. Man said, and fuck Kieran too with it. Like, I don't give a fuck about Kieran, nigga. Like, you lot fucking up my bread, fam. Oh, shit. So anyway, that's Kieran's backstory. So Kieran goes right back to the block after he's free and shit. He's picking up the food for Sully, taking it back to the bando. Jack, her sister, Lauren, who was a big part of last season's storyline with Curtis, the Liverpool Deshane. Deshane. Like, yeah, that shit there. But obviously, for those that don't know, Lauren basically got involved with this guy from Liverpool who was like a wicked leg man, and they didn't show you any physical abuse, but the kind of sentiment that you got that there was some sort of abusive element in their relationship, like that was one of the heavy tones that they showed with the Lauren and Curtis thing. Like, you never saw a man put hands on her, or they never even almost showed it, but you felt that was you could feel that that's what they were trying to tell you in it. And I get that, because on Top Boy, the show that a lot of people watched, you're not going to have a bitch getting slapped up. Although,
hell no.
I mean, I'm going to talk about the scene with Sully and Sai as well. I do want to talk about that.
That was,
But anyway, Lauren had this mad relationship with my man. She's got like PTSD and trauma. She had man's baby, ended up getting killed in the last season because she killed him. She stabbed him. So basically, we're seeing Lauren kind of after the whole Curtis thing. She's clearly fucked up. She got this newborn. She had the kid. She's not even give the kid a name for time. She just got this kid, and you can clearly tell that there's some sort of disconnect. I said to my girl that she looks like she's going through postpartum to some degree in it, like, because whenever anybody would say to her, like, oh, your son is so beautiful, you would see her face drop in it. And remember, she was talking to Jack, and she's like, "Don't you think he looks exactly like Curtis?" And she's like, "Nah, fuck." And Jack was like, "Nah, fuck that. Like, he don't like da 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 da." But she was like, every time I look at the baby, I see Curtis. Do you know what I mean? He looks just like him, type shit. So she just basically, she loved the youth, but you could just tell there was an issue there in it.
Not clicking.
Yeah. So Lauren basically, she ends up smoking brown. Heron for whoever.
Yeah, for the unknown folks.
Yeah, and she's taking drugs to sort of deal with the shit she's going through. Jack tries to be there for her, but eventually, and I saw someone giving like a review of Top Boy, and they were saying like, "Yo, like Lauren overdosed, but like, you know how many people that I know in the ends that like smoke food and they've been alive for years, but Lauren overdosed." It's like, no, you stupid motherfucker. She didn't overdose, bro. She smoked the shit. She passed out in the bathtub and she drowned. She didn't OD. She just passed out and slipped into the tub and then she drowned because we can't breathe in water in it. But yeah, basically that's what happened to Lauren. She ended up drowning in the tub. Because she smokes with the shit. Jack is all fucked up about it. She's now rethinking her life, and after the whole catering shit, she started getting on her Drizzy Francis Secret Life of Will shit. We're poisoning the community, and this has to stop, and we have to be better people. And she started getting all the YMRG shit off in it. I have a dream.
I have a dream.
You know what I mean? She started getting on all that shit, yeah. And I thought that this part was lazy writing. I'll be honest with you, yeah. But Jack stealing the food from Sully and Deshane was
so cheap, fam. That was a cheap way to shake the story up. I can't lie, fam.
Lazy, bro. And I'll say this, yeah. My thing was like, yo, if you're gonna have her do that, have her fucking stand on it then. Because she robbed them and then told them she robbed them, and I'll give it back in like,
I'm sorry,
next
can I
episode.
have a pass? Are you fucking what?
Bruh, it was like, fam. So you had to do this mad thing just out of nowhere. We've never seen Jack to be somebody who's like fucking random and doesn't think things out and shit. I get that her sister died and she was fucked up, but the person that they've told us that Jack has been over these like last seasons and shit, Jack is solid in it. Like, fucked up shit has happened.
Even in the whole time, like, bro, there was a scene, like, obviously when Kieran came to the crib and shit, and he was telling her about what was happening with the trap and shit. And then, was it Bax's thingy's girlfriend? Was like, oh, no, she doesn't need to be hearing this. And she was like, yo, do you need to be here? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like, I need to hear this shit.
Because she, like, Jack was always a great, like, commander in it. Like, she's a great soldier in that sense. Like, she's on her shit. And like you said, the fact that they showed that scene where she's like telling to her girl, like, nah, I need to hear this shit. Like, I need to da-da-da-da-da. The fact that she fucking turns around Sully, who they've shown us her and Sully are fucking like Batty and Bench. You know what I mean? Like, her and Sully are mad tight and shit. And she fucking turned around and robs Sully, bro. And then robs him and then says, actually, I changed my mind. Can I get a pass? Huh? What? Huh? What?
That's what I mean. It's like, what a cheap way to shake the story up. I get you want to like do a pivot and like after all the shenanigans of you trying to like bring in all the best bits of all the best shows that we've all ever seen and shit. And now you want to just like pivot into like Sully and just like
it was cheap.
I mean, it was a cheap pivot. It was cheap,
man. And again, like I said, they've shown us that Jack is like about her shit in it. And it's like, okay, if we're gonna suspend disbelief, if we're gonna go with the premise that you've set, Jack is she's snapped and she's fucking had enough. And her sister died, and Shorty, the light skinned Shorty, the other one, oh, she's beautiful as well, Jesus Christ.
But
anyway, yo, you grab the baby and come in the car. We off It's like, if you're gonna show her doing that, then flesh the story out, see it the whole way through.
Bro, why couldn't they just be out in that very scene, in that very moment? Why wouldn't they just be out? And then Sully
Because-
and Deshane be left to fucking battle out the last two
Because
episodes.
Sully and Deshane can still battle it out. Do you get what I mean? If she just fucks off, Sully and Deshane can still have their showdown. Like, that can still happen. Do you get what I
That's
mean?
what I mean.
Somehow you can have it where there's like she forgot like half the shit, or she was in a rush, so like two of the shits dropped out and now they're somewhere else, and Sully and Deshane are fucking. You can do that.
All that, fam. Yo, never mind all that. They could even do it to where she ran off with the whole shit, yeah. And now it's these man standing there looking at each other. Deshane's got no peas. Sully's still looking at man like, oh yeah, you trying to come around here and run shit.
But you know what it is though? The only reason why I'd say now with that is because it would need incentive. Meaning, if they were just both stood there with their hands in their pocket. No, one sec. If they were both just stood there with their hands in their pocket, all the food is gone, nobody's got no money, they wouldn't then just beef more time. They're going to look to bust a move somehow in it. It's not going to be a showdown. The only reason I say that food would still need to be there, because that's how they did the showdown, and it was over the food and that. And like these man, say Jack fucks off, but somehow, do you remember the scene from last season when Lauren was in the back of that taxi, which was in the shopping mall, and she ran off and shit, got into the back of the taxi and they were chasing her down and she just got away. Say something similar to that, yeah. Jack is fucking driving away and one of them fuckers is on her fucking heels, and somehow, whether she cross a border or whatever the fuck it is, somehow she get away by the skin of her. They get away with the skin of her teeth, but some of them shits fucking whatever the fuck it is. She gets to the airport, and however the fuck. Again, this is where writers come into the story, yeah, like right away through it. You know what I mean? But somehow there's food that's left back in the ends. Somehow, like, oh shit, there was another compartment in the yard, and since these men have been running Jack down, fucking people are coming to whatever the fuck it is, bro. But they have to go back and battle it out of this food. It's just what annoyed me about the Jack thing was, one, I hated from the moment it happened. I hated that she robbed the food and then she belled Kieran and said, "Come and look at what the fuck I did." It was like, what the hell, bro? What the hell? Like,
she could have just left that young man to do whatever.
Bro,
she could
because
just let him
from
alone.
that point onwards, Jack did nothing but put him in deeper shit. She literally was like, "Yo, tell me if he knows that it's me in it. Tell me what they doing. What did they like?" She's texting him for the tea, and he's in the whip with man. And it's like, yo, it is so fucked. Because do you remember when he went to the yard? And obviously Jack was supposed to put out her sister and shit. And he was like, yo, you my dog, you know, like, listen, I got you in it. Like, da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah,
it's like, fam, that is such an abuse of a friendship, fam. Like, you fucking literally just
said, whatever you need, I got you, fam. Whatever you need, I got you.
And that's what you did, bro.
That's what she needed from man.
Because if she belled him and said, I robbed this food and I'm going to fucking need your help to get away with this shit. And she's like, I'll give you some of this food. Aight, cool. Give man an incentive. Cool. But she literally said, like, now I robbed the food and I'm going to keep the food, but I'm just going to let you know that I robbed the food. Aight, safe in it. Have a good night and that.
Somebody had to do something. That's
like, what the fuck, bro? Because that's how she got the information. Because she asked Kieran, like, yo, where's the crib that you go to, like, get the shit? She asked him, so she knows that he works with Sully. So it's like, dog, the fact that you took that information, did that, and then belled man to literally be like, look at what the fuck I did, is so fucked. That was so fucked of Jack. That was so fucked. That was fucked.
That was wicked hard, fam.
And again, Kieran, bless his heart, he was not built for that. Like, because again, Sully is scary nigga in it. Like, Sully, like, he be wicked niggas, bro. So anyway, we'll carry on with the story. So from everything we've just said, again, Jack's sister Lauren, OD, she has a change of heart. She basically robs the food to, like, she's going to destroy it or she's going to throw it into the water because it's poisoning the food. Some bullshit. They don't even really explain it. They don't even really explain it properly. She just goes and robs the food.
That part from she's going to take it and be like, yeah, this shit got stuck. Poisoning the community, killing the people.
The girl that obviously it was her yard the food was at, She got tied up and shit by Jack. She eventually gets free. She calls Sully, yo, somebody robbed the crib. Sully goes there. Obviously, Sully's going fucking mad in it. He's going crazy. He's like, alright, cool. Like, who the fuck knew about this place? We need to start eliminating some options and shit. Deshane gets himself involved because Deshane is like, nah, fuck that, bro. Like, half of that is mine. Remember the whole thing they said at the beginning? Like, half that pack is mine. And again, Deshane is desperate at this point because life and that has run off. Oh, by the way, also, Deshane, the white husband we spoke about, Linda's husband.
Oh, yeah.
Deshane has gone back to the crib a few times. He's not getting no response. He's not hearing the shit that he wants. He basically kills the man in the house, beats him to death with a frying pan. Fucking...
Nah, he beat him to death with his countertop, fam.
with all of it, bro. The whole kitchen, fam. He threw the entire... Yo, that's a whole different way of saying you threw the kitchen sink at man in it. Like, it's a whole different thing in it. But fucking Deshane, this guy that we've seen through all these seasons be like the calculated, thought out, mercurial, precise one, wigs the fuck out, kills this guy in his kitchen, gets some bleach from under the sink, wipes blood for maybe 2 seconds, and then decides that's not a good idea. And then just fucking runs out. You know the first thing I said to my girl? I was like, yo, this nigga's got a camera on his fucking doorbell. Like, you just put this nigga in the house, but there's a video of you coming into the house. Like, where the fuck does he think this is gonna go? Do you get what I mean? Anyway, so Deshane is actually on the run at this point because the feds go to the yard because the cleaner finds the body and shit. Feds go to the yard. They're like, oh, yes, well, we've got a fingerprint and we've got a partial here. And I'm like, my nigga, like, check the fucking doorbell video. Like, the nigga whole face is on the screen.
Why would you never check the doorbell from first of all?
It's like, before you check anything else, bro, check who come into the crib type shit.
Yeah,
anyway, Deshane is on the run. He goes to Shelly, is like, yeah, I need you to get someone to go and get my passport and shit because he's his accountant that he's also asked to track down Life and shit. He hired a personal investigator who basically was like, yeah, Life and Linda basically flew to Ireland 2 days ago and they fucking gonna fly out here and gonna fly out there. And he's like, all right, fucking find them, fucking out, whatever money you need, find them, whatever.
Yeah, what is it? 20 bands.
That's when, it was 20 bands in it. And the whole time I was thinking, you know, the white accountant who was like, yeah, I've got a guy who can do it, but he wants 20 bands. Yeah. The whole time I was thinking, that guy don't want 20 bands, bro.
He in it too,
you don't want 20 bands, bro.
That guy wants like 10 from. That guy wants 10 and then
10.
He wants
that guy said 4 bands, bro. That guy said, yeah, private investigator, I'll do that for 4 bands. He's like, yeah. And my man said 20 bands in it. Like, yeah, type shit.
Nah, but you gotta make it believable. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
It's and then not the like private never used the private investigator before. He knows what the going rates are.
Exactly.
And man knows what the prices for this type of shit night would be from. You know,
we'd have to Google it. But anyway, the private investigator and this other accounting guy that Deshane has hired to contact him basically meet on like a bus or something. And the private investigator basically says to his accountant, like, yo, yeah, like all this Linda and Life shit is cool. That's all right. But I'm gonna take the truth, dog. Your guy has way bigger problems than that, fam. Like, he's got way bigger problems than that, dog. Like, yeah, they found his prints and his this and his that at this fucking murder scene and yeah, like all this Linda Life shit, he ain't really gonna be worrying about that like too much longer because they're gonna be on him, innit? Cool, say nothing. Deshane's on the run. He needs to get out of the country. The accounting guy tells him, I've got a guy that can sort you out, but he's going to need some bread. Alright, cool. He tells fucking Shelly to get her friend to go into the house and get some shit, get a passport.
And she runs in like it's Mission Impossible, sneaking around.
Brother, she thought she was Tom Cruise in it. She thought she was Tom Cruise in it.
Just walking there normal. Fuck is you doing?
You're not being followed in there.
Ain't nobody watching you.
You think the spirit of the shade is gonna jump out of the fucking out of the corner and kill you, fam? Like, you in there by yourself, just go and get the shit. Like, this bitch is doing fucking.
Gonna pop out the corner.
You know what I mean? Like, she thinks she's trying to avoid the lasers and shit. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think this is? But anyway, she do all that.
I could hear the music playing like
Dun 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 dun. Bro. Anyway, another stupid part here. Deshane's on the run. He's the main suspect in a fucking murder case. This nigga is fucking stood maybe 3 yards away from his house in a hoodie in the bush. And before the whole shit even happened, I'm like, yo, if Deshane really stood outside his fucking yard watching the girl go into his yard in a fucking hoodie, he stood in the bush.
I think he was standing across the street in another house.
Well,
somewhere
I don't care if he was fucking across the fucking district, dog. You shouldn't be anywhere near that shit. Because if you're going to be that close, you might as well have just fucking done it yourself, blood. Because what's the fucking point then, bro? Do you get what I mean? And then the next scene that follows is Deshane thinking he can just walk down the street. You walk in the middle of the clear blue sky, fam.
Nigga,
the sun is shining. The fucking weather is out. In all black with a hoodie on. Man walk past the adjacent street.
If I saw you walking down the street with a hoodie on, I'll be like, yo, Driz.
Do you get what I mean? This nigga, the only nigga in this area, bro, he head to toe in all black with a hoodie on his head in the middle of the Ras Cleat day, walking past, and the street is open so they can see.
Like, oh, you're alright, Shane.
So you can see the fucking across the street from where you are, bro. And he just walking like he being discreet. So the feds obviously fucking just look to the left, and because he right there, they're like, oh, the shade, and he's like, oh shit, it's
the
me.
lady. She's like, Deshane, as if he's gonna be like, yo, what's up, B?
And then he fucking runs off. And even that chase scene, I was watching them run. I was like, these niggas is old in it. Like, I was watching Ashley Walters run. I was like, yeah, this you could tell that this is fucking editing and shit because this nigga is not sprinting, dog.
He's not doing all
Listen,
that. He had
as a nigga who has run off on fence, I'm telling you that he was not running in that scene, fam. That was all editing and post, fam. You just look at the way that his body was moving, pause. Like, you just look at the way his arm and his legs was moving. He wasn't running very fast in it. Like, he wasn't. But anyway, fuck that. Anyway, camera tricks. Deshane get away. Cool. Alright, so Deshane is fucking on Deshane's in a spliff right now because he's working on this murder case. He needs to get out of the country and he ain't got no money to pay the guy that can get him out of the country. Alright, cool. Back to Sully and them. Yeah. So Sully is on his bounty hunter shit. Sully is fucking losing his mind. Fucking, he's hunting down there. Anybody who knew where this crib was, anybody, fam, we gonna go see them right now, fam. I don't give a fuck. And he turned to Kieran. I was like, hey, bro, what about you, fam? And he's like, nah, it wasn't me. It wasn't
me. What? Me? What? I didn't do nothing. No, I just went to pick up the food.
And he's like, hey, bro, then what about Jack, bro? I was like, I
don't think Jack was gonna. I don't think Jack would definitely.
And obviously, Sully has tried to call Jack a few times and she's not answering in it. And my man Kieran is just on his phone constantly. It's like, my nigga, if you try not to look suspicious, you can't just keep me texting while this nigga's losing his mind about his packing it. But Kieran on his phone, Alright, cool. Sully's like, you know what, bro? You fucking call her, fam.
Call her. He's like, oh, yeah, let me text her.
Like, me? He's like, no, you Bella, fam.
Yeah, you Bella. Let me text
okay.
her. Yeah, let me text her.
I'll text her now and then. No, Bella, bro.
Nah, Bella.
Oh, shit, okay. No, loudspeaker, bro.
Yeah.
Loudspeaker, fam. You know what I mean? Because Sully is ready to wig somebody over this packing it. Like, he needs his pack back. You know what I mean?
Bro, that nigga was sweating like, please don't answer this phone call. I'm begging you, Jack. If there's anything that you ever did for me is to not answer this phone call, please.
Bro, they didn't really show much like religious shit in this show. But if there was ever one moment you could see a person praying to God, it was that moment there when
nigga.
Kieran called Jack, where he was just like,
Man.
for the love of everything that is holy in heaven, please do not answer this phone. Please do not answer this phone.
Even when they went to the door, they told him, "Oh yeah, you go knock on it." And man was like, "Yo, Jack,
Yo, Jack, it's Kieran. Yo, have you seen the advert for Crunchy Nut cereal? Where it's like they're taking the mick out of the fucking Jurassic Park and they hiding from the dinosaur and the guy's eating the fucking Crunchy Nut cereal under the thing and he's like, it's granola, and he's trying to whisper but he's speaking mad loud. It's granola. That was Kieran. He's trying to shout whisper in it. He's trying to shout whisper. It's me, Kieran. It's me, Kieran.
And then the shame was like, "Alright, man, that's enough. That's enough."
Like, bro, get back in the fucking car, bro. What is this fucking dickhead, bud? Like,
Get back in the car. Get back over here so we can cuss you out and then leave you here, fam, so you can walk back to Ernst, fam.
Bro, this is a random one. But was there any particular reason why Kieran pulled up in a Maserati to that crib? Like, I noticed that, and they showed it to when they made him knock on the door in it, and like, because they showed it, and they showed him in the car, and they showed the big M and shit, and it was like,
think about it like this here. Think about it like this. All right. If Sully is the top guy now, that means Jack is the right hand, right? And he's Jack's right hand. So he like up there. Do you know what I mean? Like he be telling the youngers what to do and shit. They be listening to man and shit. Do you know what I mean? Type shit.
Yeah.
Like you know. Yeah, he up now. It's not like he like a little fish. He up too.
It was just to show that it was up.
Even though he's still young, and he's still
and in the cast of the story, he still is a little fish, but in the hierarchy of the shit.
But like in the hierarchy of the thing, like the youngers listen to man, innit?
Yeah, when he comes on, he can tell them like, I move or do that. Oh, yeah. Okay, all right, no fair.
Like he's under Jack, and Jack says, so if you man do what Jack says,
and to them, man, like Jack is the boss in it because Sully don't even come around, type shit. And that takes me perfectly. That takes me perfectly to Sully going to the fucking bando with Sai and them. So mind you, and I haven't spoken about Steph yet. I can make this brief.
Oh yeah, till now.
Steph, Jamie's little brother, basically saw his brother get killed, and the whole thing for his storyline, his story arc throughout the kind of season was, is he gonna do the road thing, or is he just gonna be a good youth? And they kind of showed him being tempted into the road shit, but then he had that kind of like love story thing with the girl, and it kind of showed him just being a good youth type shit. When they were sort of showing the road shit with Steph, it was the guy Sai, who is the guy who was in Rihanna's music video for the people that. And Sai was obviously like, he was under Jamie in it. Pause. Like he was. I don't know if you would say he was Jamie's right hand, but when Jamie was about, Sai was kind of the guy. Like Jamie would go to Sai, and then Sai would tell the man then what Jamie said, type shit. So Sai was kind of, from what you've seen of like Jamie's old crew, who's kind of just essentially working for Sully now. Sai kind of is like the leader of that little clique in it, like, and Sai is basically not trying to take Steph into the street life, but he's presenting the option like, yo, if you want to ride, bro, like if you know what I mean, if you want to get that,
come with us and come
like roll with man in it. And obviously when Steph is at that fucking like that party thing, and then the Marleys rob him, and then he goes tell them man, and they pull up on the Marleys, and obviously Steph goes a bit mad with the baseball bat and shit. Like, and the whole thing with Steph is they're teasing: is he gonna follow in his brother's footstep and become like a wicked man, or is he gonna maintain his innocence? Because when Jamie was there, like Steph was the innocence of the show in it. Like Steph was innocent. He was just a little brother who just loved his big brother. Do you know what I mean? He was a kid. He was innocent. So that was Steph's whole story. Okay, so Steph is chilling at the bando with Sai and all them lot. Sully's looking for this food because he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. And Kieran, he said like, oh, yo, maybe it's them man, innit? Because
that's them man.
Because you know what? Because them man, like, they got robbed in it. Like, yeah, them man got robbed. Like, do you remember when they got robbed in that sort of like shopping center type
got
bit?
beat up and the feds came and
yeah. So it was like, they got robbed the other day, and them man like obviously got beef with them man now. So like they might be trying to like do something in it. So go see them, cool. So they go to the crib. There's a knock on the door. Fucking someone goes to the door. And they come back and they're like, yo, it's fucking Sully, bro. Like, and Sai's looking like, wait, what? Like, I'm sorry, what did you say? It's like, bro, it's fucking Sully, fam. Sai goes to the door, opens the shit. He's like, yo, what you man say? Like, bro, what the fuck you asking man questions for, fam? Ask him like immediately son Sai. Immediately son him, fam. Immediate sonning, bro.
Yes,
they come in the crib. And Sully ain't even said nothing at this point. This is like Sully's dude in it that gets the whaps and shit. Like this is the guy. Junior, yeah. Sully's not even said nothing. He walks into the yard. He's looking around. He sees Steph. Steph sees him, but he's got bigger shit to deal with. He's looking around. Aight. Tell me where it is, innit? God bless Sai heart. Sai's like, where what is? Brother, I'm gonna ask you one more fucking time. Tell me where it is. Bro, what the and then Sai
you talking about?
And then Sully got to violating
man in front of his boys and shit, fam. That was the fucked up part.
Because do you remember leading up to this point, obviously Sai's talking to Steph and he's like, Steph says like, yeah, I saw Sully kill him, It's like, yo, fam, like, are you ready to ride out on a man? Are you ready to like do that, bro? Like, fuck Sully in it. Like, he's talking all this shit in it. So Sully pulls up, bro. And Sai's like, bro, I don't know what you took. And Sully's not trying to hear none of that, bro. Fucking Sully turned that scene into some Pornhub shit, bro. He made fucking deep throat the Glock, fam. Like, brother.
Man, that shit was so mad. I felt so bad for man, fam.
Brother, he made... Bro, I'm not even trying to be crude, yeah, but in certain like porn scenes and shit, when it's like, oh, it's a fucking blowjob scene, whatever, the fucking dude will be like, oh yeah, do you like that dick? And then the bitch will be fucking with a dick in her mouth like, oh yeah. He had Sai talking with a Glock in his mouth, bro. It was a violation, bro. It was a violation, bro. Because what was fucked up here is that he put the Glock in his mouth, pause, and all of this is crazy too. All of this sounds mad.
Him bare questions like he's supposed to answer him while.
And he asking him 21 questions like 50 Cent, bro. He asking him bare questions. And then after he asked him a question, he put the Glock deeper in his mouth, blood. And it's like my nigga Sully, be reasonable in it. You watching this shit like, bro, be reasonable in it. Like this is not fair, bro. Like this is not right what you doing to this young man in front of your friends, bro. This is not right, bro. Like you making this nigga deep throat a Glock, fam. And he pulled the Glock out that nigga mouth, and that nigga start vomiting up blood and this and that. And it's like, fam.
I was watching that shit and thinking to myself, like, one, Sully, you're not going to get the answers that you need by doing that because he can't even talk to you. How are you going to talk to you when he's throwing up and he got a whole gun in his face, fam? What is he going to say? Well, how's that going to help you, fam? How are you going to find your packs from that, fam? How? And second of all, that's just fucked up. He just like guys in front of his boys and shit.
Nah,
you know what I mean? It's like if Captain Hook here walked up in like a Peter Pan's like little house or whatever, caught man lacking, and just said, "Yeah, little bitch," and put the hook in man's mouth and just like drugged him around while the little boys was watching.
Brother. Sully was doing Sai like he was Tiana Trump, bro. Like, he had no right to do that to that man in front of your friends like that, bro. That was fucking... He had Sai dribbling on himself like Tiana Trump. Brother,
That's wicked, fam.
Brother.
I said, yeah,
He had him throw in the Glock, fam. Nah, that was so out of all of the shit that I saw in this whole season. That was the one part where I was like, "Fucking hell, man! Like that wasn't right, bro. You shouldn't have done that. That was not right, bro.
Man.
Like, fam." Poor Sai, fam,
Yeah,
because he has no idea what man's talking about. Bro, imagine that shit. Imagine that. You just chilling, you jamming,
you know what I mean?
and the wickedest lame man in the whole town pulls up and is looking at you, bro, and says, "Where is it?" And you have no idea what man's talking about.
Where's what? Yo, but you know what's even more wicked about that, yeah? Is the fact that you chilling with your boys, yeah? And you that nigga, fam. You the one that they're all looking to be the boss, fam. Yeah, and then the wickedest slang man from around just, do all that, fam. And now you gotta explain to them, man, like, because they asking, like, yo, what the fuck was all that about? You guys have no idea. But he was crying, I swear.
No, bro, he was crying. He was like, "Please, I'm sorry, I don't know." Like, now he fucked him up, fam. But if I'm Sai,
so how are you gonna explain to his people, fam?
No, listen though. If I'm Sai, if I'm being honest here, I'm still the wickedest man here because if any of you man are better than me, go body Sully in it. Anybody that go body him, you the boss. But until that happened, I'm still wicked than everybody. Fuck that. Nah, because that's Sully, bro. That don't even count. That nigga been a killer since the shit was on Channel 4. Like, that don't even count, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like, that don't even count. That was Sully, fam. That wasn't the Marleys, bro. That was Sully, fam. Like, what the fuck would you have done?
Yeah,
you was going to be the man, right? You was going to be like, nah, fuck that Sully. Like, nah, no. You know what I mean? Listen.
Well, but
bro, teams in the MLS,
there was one guy that did stand up, fam. There was one guy that did stand up. I can't remember what it was about, fam. But it was like, oh, how are we going to keep blah, blah if you keep done enough for the man them? Who's that? But no, that wasn't
Sully. That was Jack. That wasn't Sully. That was Jack. That was Jack. Yeah, that was Jack. Nah, but fucking, it's like teams in the MLS, yeah. It's like, if you're playing against Inter Miami and Messi do you, fam, and he make you look like a fool, but you're supposed to be the sickest guy in your team. To me, I'm like, bro, that don't count. That's fucking Messi. Like, that don't fucking count. Like, I'm still the best nigga on this team. Like, it wasn't some regular. That's fucking Lionel Messi, bro. What would any of you man done to Lionel Messi? Like, that don't count. That don't even mean nothing. It was a fucking blip on the radar. It's the same thing. If I'm Sai, it's like I'm still the wickedest man here because that was fucking Sully, bro. Like, what the fuck was I supposed to do here? Because he would have just killed everybody in the house. Or some gunplay shit. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, anyway. So at this point, Jack has the food. She's trying to run away. Sully is chasing down all of the leads. Deshane's chasing down all the leads. But Deshane is chasing them down because he's trying to get the fuck out of the country. Sully just needs to get his pack back because this is the first time Sully has been by himself. This is the first time he's been the actual top guy. And in Sully's mind, he's like, bro, I can't fuck this up. Because if I fuck this up, this means that I need Deshane. And I can't have that be the thing because I'm him in it. So it's all going mad. Jack is feeling the pressure. Jack then decides, you know what? Actually, I changed my mind. Actually, I want to unrob this.
I'm not going to rob this shit. Yeah.
Like, can I press like Command Z? Can I just like undo this shit? Like, Sully, if I just give you the food back, can we just be cool? Like, it would just be blessed. Like just pretend it never happened. Like, just water under the bridge type shit. And Sully's like, nigga, no. Nigga, no. Like, what? And see, from time he even said that, I thought, all right, Jack is definitely just going to run now, innit? And she didn't even fucking run.
She didn't.
To me,
she went to
that was the perfect opportunity. That was the perfect opportunity for Jack to be like, all right, well, fuck it, we out then, innit? Like, the baby here, the girl is there, I'm here, my sister's dead, fuck all the other shit, then we just going to be out. We're fucking going to drive up to fucking Scotland or something. We'll catch a flight from there because we've got all this shit. We'll move this. Whatever the fuck. Like, for me, at that point, when Sully said, bro, ain't no pass, she should just be like, all right, I'm gone now, type shit.
Done. I'm going to wherever I'm going to.
Even simpler, fam. Just been like, yo, I'm going to leave the food here, fam. And Sully will be like, nah, fuck that. You need to give me the food. That, yo, Sully, I'm going to be honest with you. When you see me, you're going to fucking split my wig, dog. And I'm not trying to have that happen. The food is going to be here. Get your food.
Gonna be at this location.
I'll be gone in it. You'll never see me again. I'll be gone. But this is where, I'm not, bro. After I bailed him and said there's no pass, you think I'm going to go meet Sully? What did I say at the top of the pod, Will? I'm not going in there, dog. I'm not going in there. I'm not going in there, bro. No fucking way. When she went to the restaurant and sat down and talked to him, what? I'm not going in there, fam. After I told him I robbed him.
Like,
and this is Sully. Nah,
no way. Can I sit? Can you sit? You better sit. Yeah, I want to ask you some questions.
Fam.
Can I sit? You better sit your ass down.
Man, you can drive to France, right? If you can just fill your and just drive to. Man, I would have driven that shit until the car just stopped working. I'm gone, bro. Like, I'm out, fam. You will never see me again, bro.
I think maybe in thinking back about it, it's like, all right, I'm Jack here. Got 25 keys of fucking uncut white just there in my trunk somewhere, fam. I'm gonna run away with the baby and my girlfriend. But if we all get caught, me and my girlfriend are fucked and that baby's fucked.
I hear you. I do hear that. I do hear that.
Maybe in the long play sense, this is me being like the empath and being like, maybe. But still, it doesn't make sense, man. It doesn't make sense.
See, you weigh that, right? You weigh that against, okay, you're right. If we get caught with this work, it's going to be long for all of us, innit? The baby's fucked, she's fucked, I'm fucked. It's going to be long. But the alternative is that we go and meet Sully.
And I might could get worked. I don't know if I'm going to come back. So, yeah. Take this baby.
Brother, like... Brother.
Yeah, that's the wickedest part, yeah. She fucking off doing all this other bullshit. Like, it's not her sister's baby, fam. Like, it's not her responsibility. As if, like, her girlfriend is just supposed to be like, oh, yeah, that's my baby now. She's fam.
Her girlfriend who didn't sign up for none of this shit, by the way. Her girlfriend who didn't sign up for none of this shit, fam.
Yeah, she didn't want any of that shit. She just thought she was getting a cool bitch. That was a little bit bad.
When Jack came back into the crib to, like, get her girl because she wasn't answering the phone and they need to get out and shit. Yeah. Her girl was on a fucking work call, bro. I've been on those work calls before in the middle of the day. Like, working from home on a work call. And Jack coming in here, yo,
what you mean message, fam?
I'm at work.
What you mean message, fam? I'm working right now, fam.
And Jack's like, no, we need to leave right now and never come back. Like, whoa, yo, I got like my one for one tomorrow, you know, fam. Like I got shit to do at work tomorrow. Like Jack was like, nah, you don't understand it. Like,
she said, how long we gonna be gone? Because she gonna tell the bosses how long she gonna be away from work or whatever. And Jack said,
like,
I don't know.
I don't fucking know, fam. I don't know, fam. Just get your shit together, innit?
Bro, in that moment, yeah, I felt that girl's pain. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna run away with you, but I need to be fucking able to call my manager tomorrow and be like, yo, dog, so this is the situation. Because he'd probably be cool. I mean, he'd be cool
not
with
cool,
it. And then he'd probably like,
if you cool at work and they fuck with you and you good and shit, and you call them and say, like, a mad thing is happening. Like, yo, in them sort of jobs there, they probably try to work with you and shit, innit? But bless her heart, she thinking about like calling the sick line the next day. Jack's like, no, you don't understand. Sully is the sick line, my nigga. Like, we need to go.
Sully is the sick, fam. And there ain't no recovering from that shit, fam. That's death,
bro.
Fam.
Like, yeah, fam.
It's
like,
not even death. That's dead, fam. Yeah.
So anyway, Jack has a change of heart. She decides, actually, these are not problems that I want in it. Like, actually, I don't want this. Actually, you know what? Like Michael Jordan said, I know I said we killing the community and we killing the kids, but you know what? Actually, fuck them kids. You can have this shit back. Like, fuck them kids. Like, you know what I mean? Actually, I take it all back. Cool.
Yeah, fuck that community, nigga.
So,
I don't
Sully's
get
like,
a pass. Yeah. Fuck
yeah, I
that
don't get a pass, man.
community,
Fuck them
dog.
kids. I don't get a pass. They don't get a pass neither. Fuck that. Sell them this shit. Fuck them. They ain't doing good in school anyway. Fuck them, innit? Anyway.
They gonna be
Sully's,
right out here with us during the
yeah, fam. They just work us in the waiting, fam. We just waiting for them to turn so they can hit this block, fam. Like, you know what I mean? Recruitment line shit. You get me? Anyway, Sully says to Jack, yo, you gonna bring me the food and then I'll fucking decide what the fuck I'm gonna do with you in it. And before this
I'm gonna
happens,
drop up this food and then
My
you
nigga.
can decide however the fuck
nigga.
you want to feel about
my
this
nigga,
shit.
my nigga. All the garages and little locations they had. I'm once I'm fucking in like Liverpool or something or Manchester, once I'm a distance away,
Yeah,
I'm
text you
belly
and be
man, and I'm
yeah,
like,
the
yo,
food is there
listen,
for me.
the food is in the second garage to the left, bro. It's all there for you in it, like
yeah,
Sully,
me.
bro.
Yeah.
Sully, tell the truth. If you was me, would you have met up with you? Like, would you have met up with you, bro? Like, what are we talking about, fam? Like, I'm not gonna fucking no. I'm trying to live, fam. I enjoy oxygen, fam. Like, no, fam. Like, no.
This is obviously all hypothetical from like, oh yeah, I stole the food, I fucked up, I gotta do something now to make this right here. But like, to be honest, if I was Jack here, I know Sully fam, like you said, but she can bench fam. I know this nigga fam. If I take some shit from him, yeah, the shit ain't gonna never end fam. If
Ain't
I
no
ate a
path.
chip from his
Yeah.
box of chips,
He's not on it. Like,
You know what I'm
he don't
saying?
play
If I
those
took a-
games in it.
you know what I'm saying? If I took a quid from his 100 fam, he not gonna be happy about that shit. He gonna fuck me up fam. So if I take 25 key, nah, Brand.
My nigga.
And then I'm gonna just ask for a pass and be like, yeah, we cool, right?
Yo, if I just give you this shit back, can we just be blessed? Like, can we just, like, nothing happens type shit? Can we just be cool?
I say, yeah, we
Like-
cool, right? But yo, can I say something mad controversial? Damn. I don't, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't get us cancelled today. Nah, it's cool. I won't say that. Yeah, it's going out there.
Oh, I want to hear it, though.
I'll just say the tail end of it. She's still a girl, fam. She try to pretend like she's bad, but she's still a girl, bro.
Bro,
you know what I mean? Because like I was thinking about this in my own head, yeah. Yo, I was thinking about this, yeah. I'm like, all right, all this shit is happening here. I'm dealing with Sully and Deshane. There's not a single minute where I'm be like, you know what? It really makes sense for me to fuck over these, man. Because, yo, at the same time, yeah, I can't afford to even think like that. I'm Jack here, as me now, yeah. I can't, like when Kieran came and he was trying to tell her about the streets and Bex was like, oh yeah, chill out, she doesn't need to be. And she said, yeah, I need to be hearing about this shit. Yeah. I cannot afford, bro, to be out here doing all stupid, dumbass shit with no thinking and being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just take these man's food and then I'm gonna give it them back and then they'll be like, all right with it.
Bro, like, stupid, innit? What? Stupid shit.
Yeah, man, listen, man, if I was El Chapo, I ain't trying to hear no nigga being like, yeah, man, so, you know, I took the food and everything, but yo, I brought it back. I didn't touch it. I swear down, I didn't touch it.
It's all there. You can count it. It's all there.
The reason why I stole it is because, nigga, the reason why you stole it is because.
Yo, go and feed this nigga to the fucking tigers, bro. Yo, I don't give a fuck what this nigga tried to say, fam. Go feed him to the lions, bro.
Too good. Give him to the pigs, fam.
Fam. But the reason why.
Bro. She's like, oh yeah, what's all this stuff going on? What's Laura?
I'm sorry. So you took my food because your sister died. Oh no! Now I'm gonna kill everybody in it. Like, nah. If you would come in here and told me something like legit, I might have tried to hear you because I fuck with you. You took my food because your sister was a baghead, so you took my food. Oh, I'm going to kill everybody, dog.
If you came to me with some logical shit, because how that make logical sense? Make that shit make sense, fam. Like you always say, make that shit make sense, fam.
If you came to me and said like, yo, listen, the feds were doing a raid on the crib, I knew that they were going to come to the yard, so I took it so the shit wasn't there, I make it make sense, whatever the fuck.
I
took it because my sister died and I felt bad for all the kids in the community. Oh no, sweetheart. And after you gotta talk to her like a girl in it. Like, no, sweetheart, listen, darling. Listen, darling. I'm going to kill all of you. Yeah.
Man, she said, I'm begging you, don't kill my peoples. And he said, don't beg, it's disgusting.
I said, don't beg, it's disgusting. That's when your butthole get tight in it. That's where you're like, oh shit, shit.
This
because
is over with. I need to take
groveling in that. You like, please, fam. You got no other options. Groveling, fam. A man don't show mercy.
My girlfriend and that little baby, and we need to get the fuck out of here. Not like, oh yeah, I need to go to Kieran's mum to see you all. Man, Sully already told me what happened to Kieran, fam. I need to get the fuck out of here, fam.
Man said, don't beg, it's disgusting. And that's when he was like, oh, Jack, you fucked. And that's when she knew she fucked up.
She fucked up. Yes, sir.
Bro. Anyway, let's round this shit out. Let's round this shit out. So, Jack decides she's going to bring the fucking food back because she had a change of heart. And Deshane obviously gets wind that she's bringing the shit back because, again, she was shook and she knew Sully was going to wig her entire family. So she called Deshane to sort of be like, yo, can you like just talk to man, please? And just tell him chill out.
Man, and like, just tell him like chill out. I was only playing him.
And mind you, she called Deshane, the guy that told her to her face, man, nigga, fuck Kieran. I don't give a fuck what's happening to him. Let them take him. Fuck Kieran. This is the guy that you call for support. Anyway, she called Deshane. So Deshane's like, I bet we gonna meet you there and I gotta be there. So like fucking whatever. Cool. And by this point, obviously with the whole shit that went on with Kieran and the immigrants tried to take him, that whole crowd sort of, they started to turn into like a bit of a riot. And it was basically just like protests and riots on the blocks. So there's bare people running around and there's police running around and all sorts of shit going on. And they fire bombs with the police cars and it's just all sorts of shit going on, right?
Yeah,
so in the midst of all of this melee, right, all this madness, Jack is just casually walking through the streets with 25 kilograms of food in
in a duffel bag. Yeah.
Big duffel bags. Big fam. Not gym bags. Big fuck off duffel bags. Just casually walking through the crowds and shit. Big duffel bags, bro. Right?
Yeah, just bumping into people, moving them out of the way. Yo, my fault. Yeah, bullshit. Shit.
At this point,
sorry, even it ain't on my fault. It's just
type shit.
Bumping motherfuckers.
At this point, Deshane, we'll go back to him for a second. So he's been on the run. Obviously, he was chased out by the feds. He basically ran back to like his mum's old house that was on the estate. Which again, I even thought to myself, if feds are chasing you down. And you like, and they
why would you ever go to your fucking mum's house, bro?
Why would you go to the address that was like the first address they ever had linked to you? Surely by some, like, even just for the sake of police work, somebody will go there and take a look. But fuck it, it's Netflix and it's Drake and it's Kano. So fuck it, his mum's old house. Cool. He goes there, he's hiding out there the whole day. Fucking, he got the whap there, and now the guy that's supposed to get him out of the country has bailed him. Like, all right, bro, like, I'm on your blocking it. Like, you got the money, yeah? And he's like, nah, bro, I ain't got the money here.
Nah, I ain't got it right
like,
now.
the money's here, but I ain't got it here, bro. And the guy's like, "Alright,
Then
bro,
they go
fuck this. Like,
collect it for
bell
you.
me when you got the belt." He's like, "No, wait. Man was talking
Chill,
like he was
chill,
on pod with
chill,
us, innit?
chill.
No, wait.
Nah, chill,
Let me
chill,
land.
chill, chill, chill.
Let me land. Whoa. Let me land. Whoa. Wait. Like, I'm gonna go get the money. Yeah. So just wait. Let me land. Whoa. Wait, bro. Whoa, chill.
Chill.
Man started podding on the phone with man, innit? Fucking.
No,
The guy's like,
that was the time when they was face to face, bro. Because they met face to face, in it.
no,
The
not at
first
that
time.
time, bro.
Yes,
Not at that.
yes, the first time. Because the first time we see that geezer that came to get him out, a TV
You're right. Yes, you're
dropped
right.
from
You're
the
right.
ground
Yes,
and he
I'm
walks
sorry.
out
You're
and
right.
he's like,
Yeah,
Russian.
you're right.
Where am
You're
I
right.
came from?
Yeah, and
And
even
he
how
walks
he
in the
found
door
the Shane, like whatever. But
yeah, like what the fuck? Like, yeah, so the feds can't do that?
the feds can't find him, but this fucking
And
Indian business guy can find him.
random motherfucker. Yeah,
Cool in it. Say
yeah,
nothing. This guy who's clearly never been to this block before, would never come anywhere near this part of the town. But cool, say nothing. He finds the Shane. He's like, "Yo, you got the money, yeah?" The Shane's like, "I ain't got the money." The guy's like, "All right, see you later then, bro." And he does all the wait and the whoas. And he's like, "Fam, I need you to get me the fuck out of here, innit? Like, I'm gonna get the money and shit." He's like, "I tell you what, yeah, here's this number, bro. Text the word yes to this number when you got the money. Don't say nothing else. Just text the word yes, and then we'll link you in it." Cool. All right, say nothing. The Shane sat there in his mum's old yard. He's looking at these old pictures from his mum's yard that are still in the house. That's fucking been
somehow
empty, and it's fucking, there's nothing in there, but these pictures are in there. Anyway, he sat in there.
Cool.
He sat in there. Fucking, that's when Jack eventually texts him and says, like, "Yeah, I'm bringing the food to Sully." And that's when he's like, "Yeah, fuck it, I need to be there." Blah, 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 blah. The Shane then goes and somehow locates Jack on her way to the community center that she was heading to. In this melee and all this madness that's going on, he somehow comes across her path, and Jack's like, "Oh, shit!"
Because she texted the minute, like or she texted the location and the time to Sully and him at the same
which
time.
was the community center, innit? Which was the community center. So I'm saying it's like, say I'm gonna be impressed, and I say, "Oh, yo, like, I'll link you at the fucking stadium. I'll link you outside the stadium." But then on your way to the stadium, I'm just like walking in your path, in your direction. You be like, "My nigga, where the fuck did you even come from, bro? Like, where are you walking from to be here in front of me right now?" Do you know what I mean? Type shit. So the Shane obviously walks up on Jack. And Jack's like, "Oh shit, like, I'm going there now, and I'm gonna go meet Sully. You man can get this food and fucking whatever." And the Shane is like, no, ain't no meeting Sully, bitch. Like, nah. Give me the shit in it.
Give me that shit.
And Jack, poor naive Jack, who's supposed to be this street nigga, this hood nigga, knows code, knows game, knows all that sort of shit.
Yeah,
Jack is like, "Huh?
Girl, bro.
What do you mean?
Girl,
what do you mean I'm supposed to give it to Sully?" Just became a girl instantly, innit? "What do you mean give it to you? I'm supposed to meet Sully?" The Shane said, "Bitch, give me the shit."
Fuck Sully, the Shane said, "Fuck Sully, fam." Yeah.
I gave her a 2-piece with fries.
One of these two, fam. All the fries and the drink, bro.
The Shane gave her 2-piece with fries and a drink and a side, dog. Give her the what, fam? Give me that shit. You fucking bitch. Give me that shit. You know what I mean? So the Shane's got these fucking 25 keys of white on him now, and he's running through the estate. He bells the guy back who's going to get him out the country. And he's like, "Yo, listen, I ain't got money yet, but I got 25 keys of white on me right now. I give you 5 of these shits," or whatever the fuck he said. And the guy was like,
"Give me 20.
Let me call you back, bro. Let me call you back, innit?" He's like, "No, fam, you need to answer that. Listen, bro, now listen, I'm going to bail you back, fam. Give me a second, innit?" The Shane's running. Guy calls him back. "All right, bro." And I can't remember the exact number, so I'm just going to make a number up. He's like, alright,
No,
bro.
he said 20. He said 20. He said 20.
See, I thought 20, but I wasn't 100%
20
sure.
out of 25. Yeah. He
Yeah,
said
but
20.
it was like, all right, bro, give me 20 keys of that shit, and then we'll call that the paying it. And the Shane's like, brother, I can't give you 20 keys of this shit, bro. Like, what the fuck do you mean? And the guy's like, broski, the feds is
If
on
you ain't
you.
got that, then
Them man are on you. I know that your options are running out. 20 keys of the shit, or handle it yourself. I don't know what to tell you, bro. The Shane's like, fine, bro, fine. I'll give you 20 keys, fine. Cool. Alright, bless say nothing. The dude sends his 2 henchmen out, go get my man. How the fuck they knew where Deshane was? Because, yeah, you can say go to this estate, but the fuck does it mean from there? Anyway, they go.
No, because he told them where to meet them, and he said, meet me at the south entrance in 15 minutes. And then
Okay,
they were like,
but
they
Will,
were like, oh,
if someone says that to you, yeah, to go to an estate in London that you've never been to, it says meet me at the south entrance. What does that mean to you as someone that's never been there?
Yeah, but I'm not a fucking special ops guy that does all this.
You're not a henchman.
Extraction
That's
bullshit.
true. I'm sure the
I'm
henchman
not
do
a
all these
henchman
shit.
that does extractions. Yeah,
All right. So, all right, I get that.
You gotta think of it like this. There's people that obviously will be like trained in the army and shit. And like, let's say, even like looking at Preston, I don't know which side is north and the east and west, and I have no idea, but I just know
But
like
somebody
towns
does.
that way. Yeah,
But somebody does,
there'll
yeah.
be a motherfucker that'll be like, oh yeah, that's northeast Preston. Like what? That's my mum's house.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Type shit. Okay, no, fair enough. I'll give
That's
that.
not super not believable. That's believable. Do you know
Okay,
what I mean?
I can give that. I can give that. But what's not then believable from that point, yeah, is obviously Sully's looking, because Jack then goes to the community centre. Is like, yeah, Sully robbed me in it. Like he's got the shit. Not Sully, the Shane robbed me and he's got the shit in it. So Sully's like, all right, fuck that, bro. I'm gonna go find this nigga then, innit? So now Sully's hunting down the Shane on this estate. Obviously, Sully, having a little bit of common sense, says, where am I going to look? I'm going to look at his fucking mum's house, because he's on the estate.
Duh.
Why would I not look there? You get what I mean?
Yeah, straight away from. Must be somewhere near there from.
But at this point, obviously, the Shane has come out of his mum's yard and he's running like the other side of the kind of, what would you call that?
See them, yeah.
That's all.
Whatever, the block, like. Well,
yeah.
I don't even know what you'd call it, man.
There is a name for it, and it's on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't remember. But anyway.
The pavilion?
Yeah. Like type shit. Type shit. And so obviously Deshane sees Sully and Junior, his guy, go into Sully's mum's yard, and he sees they got waps and shit on them. So he's like, all right, them man are looking for me, and they know I've got the shit. So Deshane running around, and from this point, I'm thinking to myself, Deshane has a clear head start. Deshane should get the real fuck out of here. Like, them man are all the way over there, bro, and you've seen them, and they haven't seen you. Like, you're clear, bro. You should be out, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
it's down the stairs, hit a right, whichever way is out from that fucking, from that estate, boom, out.
Out, bro, because they up there and they haven't seen you, bro.
At the other side. Yeah, come meet me at the other side, fam.
Type shit. And if your extraction guys are so good, if I'm at this exit and they're at that exit, tell them niggas to come round to this exit, because this is where the fuck I am. Do you get what I mean? These extraction motherfuckers. So anyway.
If y'all want this 20 keys, fam.
Do you know what I mean? Which you want. So boom. Anyway, Deshane's running with these bags. He's fucking just in a panic. He's trying to get down the stairs. He's trying to meet this extraction team. Somehow, because, you know, Netflix and Drake co-signs, Kano sees Deshane running at just a slight chance, and it's like, oh shit, that's him over there. So then they start running Deshane down, running him down. Deshane is running, he's panicking. Yeah, Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Sully wants his food now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Deshane, I'm gonna shoot now. You know what I mean? Type shit. So he running Deshane down. Deshane is shooting at him. Sully's shooting at Deshane. And then the super extraction team of the guy who's going to get the shade out, the extraction team, they pull up and they've got claps. And they on screen for approximately 7.2 seconds. And then they both get wigged. And then they both get wigged. I remember telling to my girl, was like, my nigga, these are the two niggas, bro, from this super, I want 20 keys, my business is this and that. These two, man, that just both got wigged, bro, and now I'm just by myself. So there was just no point in even making the agreement because they're not even here to help me, bro. I still got to get away by myself type shit.
He did tell them, like, yo, if you send them motherfuckers, make sure you send them motherfuckers that's on smoke. And he was like, yeah. Yeah, them niggas got there and got bodied instantly, fam.
And got wigged, fam. Yeah. Instantly, fam. And obviously they wigged the junior guy that Sully was within it. Like, that junior guy got
them wigged. Them niggas spawned and got sniped like a right there, fam. They just spawned. Power snipe.
Spawn with no respawn.
In their rooms throwing the controller around the room.
Yeah, trust me. That's when you're playing Call of Duty online, innit? And with them niggas that go crazy and shit. As soon as you spawn, bow, headshot, bitch.
And you can't even run away from because headshot.
Trust me. Anyway, Sully's running down the Shane. This is the final showdown. They're running. They're shooting at each other, they're missing. There's this massive gate, this big fuck off gate, that is at least...
It's like 12 feet from it's at least like
12 feet. Yeah, at least 12 feet up, bro. Vertical up, fam. The Shane decides, this nigga's running me down with a gun and shit, but
I'm gonna kick it.
I'm gonna kick this door for time, even though it's still not moving. I'm just gonna kick it for bare time, let him get closer to me, just kick it for bare time, and then when he's like just around the corner, then I'm going to attempt to climb this entire gate in like 2 seconds. That's the best thing I think I could do, to be honest with you. So he kicking the gate, making all this noise. Because remember, Sully lost him, if you remember. And then he started kicking the gate and making the noise. And that's where Sully heard it and followed the noise, innit? As soon as Sully pull up on him, he then throws the bag over the gate and tries to climb over the gate. And Sully almost kind of looks at him as if to go like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? And then he just shoots him. And then he's like, oh shit, I got shot. Oh shit.
Why? What did you think would happen?
Brother, because the thing is, it's not like he climbed over the gate just as Sully was pulling up. Sully pulled up and then he started trying to climb the gate. Do you get what I mean? It's like, my nigga, what did you think he was going to do? And then fucking cerebral Deshane, the guy with ice in his veins, this cold motherfucker, this hustler gangster ass nigga.
Man said, you shot me.
Deshane on the other side of the fence going,
you shot me.
You shot me.
What the fuck, man?
And Sully has almost like you can tell he's angry, but he almost looks confused, as if to say, did this nigga think I was going to let him just climb over the fucking gate, blood? Like, what are we talking about? Did you get you out? And it's like, then they're having the conversation through the gate and shit. And fucking Deshane is like, bro, I needed the money, fam. Bro, and Sonny's like, yo, you could have just asked me for the money. It's like, bro, fucking you. You would have given me the money, fam. We was through.
But then again, think about it. Think about the context of everything. Even Jack here couldn't really go to man and just be like, yo, I want out. She had to like do a wicked thing, like try to rob the field.
You're missing the point. Deshane was right in what he was saying. He couldn't have gone to Sully and said, yo, I need this money for this. Sully would have never given him the money. He's right. He would have never done that. Yeah. But Sully shot him. You could tell that Sully kind of felt bad, but also was like, fuck that. But still, he kind of felt bad. So he was like, oh, bro, like, you should have just asked me, innit? Because you can say that now because it's not going to happen now, innit? So now you can just be like, oh, you should have asked me, innit? And that's what
You
Deshane
better
was
die
like,
right now.
ask you. We was through. And I was like, yo, don't Deshane sound like a distraught ex-girlfriend, bro?
Yeah.
He sound like
nah,
he
for
sound like
sure.
he caught
That
Sully
sounds-
in the bed with somebody in it. It's like, ask you. We was through. Remember? I'll be honest with you, yeah. I'll be honest with you. For the person that they've shown us Deshane to be over all of these seasons of Top Boy, since it was on Channel 4, since he got picked back up, all of that, I have to be honest with you. Deshane went out like a sucker. I have to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I won't say he went out like a bitch. I won't say that. But I will say he went out like a sucker. Like, it was some sucker shit. My nigga, did you think that Sully, Deshane's supposed to be the smartest guy on the show? That's the whole thing behind it. Like, he outthinks everybody. He's cerebral and shit. Did you think Sully was gonna watch you climb over this gate and get away with this shit? Like,
yeah, of course not. But then you watching a motherfucker in crisis. He's not thinking chess. He's thinking checkers. I need to get out the next move.
Fair.
You know what I mean?
I can get that. But then surely he would have tried to wig Sully more so in it. Because Deshane was a ruthless motherfucker as well. So it's like, bro, if I gotta get away, I just gotta kill this nigga.
Yeah,
you know?
he's ruthless, but he would never do anything to Sully fam. You know what I mean? As much as he might feel the way, he won't fam. He wouldn't fam.
I honestly think,
but he wouldn't fam.
I know the way that the shit went in that. I know the way that it went. But I honestly think, in the context of the show, if you were putting odds on it, it would be more likely that Deshane would do Sully wrong rather than Sully would do Deshane wrong. Because as fucked up as Sully is, he's like that old school type shit where like...
Okay, when you say do wrong,
when I say do wrong,
doing the motherfucker wrong and like,
in any context, whether it's taking money, whether it's taking food, whether it's like getting man rushed, whether it's fucking whatever. And I know Deshane has ridden out for Sully before, like the last season when Sully got kidnapped and shit. Like I know Deshane's ridden out for him and shit. But I'm saying Deshane's character that they showed us, he like, and Shelley spoke to it when him and Shelley broke up, and she was like, yo, I'll always be second place to you. Like, you love money. Money is your first love. And you will do anything for money. And it doesn't matter who is in your way or what it is, you'll always choose money over everything else in it. And because like and again with him saying fuck Kieran, I don't care about that shit, like what they were, and even him killing the white dude in the yard type shit, what they were showing is like Deshane, his lust for money and overcome him. So I can go with your premise about him not thinking straight and him da-da-da-da-da. But it's like in that moment, surely he would try to wake Sully.
Imagine you're somebody that's fucking like you've got that deeper lust for money that like you fucking anyone that get in the way of that shit, no matter who it is, get them out of there. Yeah. You've just lost £16 million to some random ass lady, fam. Yeah, so your whole world right now is all the way upside down, fam. So even like your normal thinking process of being like, oh yeah, I know my man. Like but even when you're considering that, it's like you're thinking about the 16 mil that random ass lady stole and you trying to find her, fam. More so than you thinking about what Sully gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Because even when he running away, it's like he's still gonna try and find that life lady. Fam. Whenever he get to where he's going, he's still gonna try and find that lady. Fam. Do you know what I mean? Like that's and then all that is just out the window. Obviously, like he found out like the lady fucking took flight or whatever. Fucking he killed the geezer or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's like that's not a thinking Deshane. Deshane is like to Sully, like, yo, we can't keep having all these bodies around and shit. You know what I'm saying? Shit's bad for business. And that literally calls back to a scene in The Wire where the main protagonist guy, the fucking drug dealer guy, what's his name, Barksdale. I forgot what his name is. Oh yeah, Barksdale, something Barksdale. He tells I think he tells like his little like hoppers or whatever, like the little street guys, to be like, yo, we can't like just keep having bodies. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not ching. So they stop dropping the bodies or whatever. But the fucked up part is like the East Side guys obviously don't stop like with their vendettas and their vengeances and shit, and they ain't about that shit. The East Side, what's his name, Prop Joe, he ain't trying to hear all that shit. He just want more and more from. And it's like, yeah, it's the same shit from. You know what I mean? It's the same shit.
Nah, I definitely think that. I definitely think for just the character arc and character development of what they showed of Deshane, where he was like, I don't want to say he was a good youth, but he was like an ambitious youth. Like he, you know what I mean? He was ambitious. He went to go for the top and and we slowly start to see over the seasons him develop into like this cruel, cold, calculated person in it. Like, and I just think, as a way to take a character out of a show. And I get what you're saying about the similarities with like The Wire and shit. Like I do hear that. But I just think in terms of if you, in your season or series finale, you're going to kill essentially the main character. Essentially, Deshane is the main character of Top Boy. Like, really, innit? If you're going to kill the main character, which I'm not mad at, I'm not mad at it. Game of Thrones did it. It was fire. I'm not mad at it. But it's like when Game of Thrones killed Ned Stark, and I know the context was different because that was the first season. This is the last season. Like, I know it's different. But when they killed Ned Stark, it was like a, oh shit type of thing. Yeah. Whereas Deshane's final scene in Top Boy, this guy that we've grown with and seen come to the top and overcome all of his ops and his enemies and all this mad shit. He's just crying on the floor, bleeding out until he eventually just like stops moving. I just kind of think for the character that you spent so much time developing, I just kind of, and I get the whole thing about you live by the sword, you die by the sword, and it's showing that, you know, the life isn't glamorous. And I get all of that in it, but it's just like, yo, you gave us this character almost like 10 years ago, the first Top Boy. It's a while ago, right? Maybe not 10. Maybe not 10.
It might be.
But give or take, Channel 4's Top Boy, it was a while back, innit? Like, it's a while ago.
Yeah.
The shit gets picked back up.
Like 2010, 11.
Somewhere around there. Yeah, somewhere around there. And this guy, Deshane, again, if you've watched the shit from then, as we've gotten older, we've seen these characters get older, we've seen these characters develop, and it was just like, it was just kind of a shit way for them to take their series main character out of a show. It was just a bit like, oh, okay. Like, so he just got shot and then cried and then bled out.
But this is why I keep saying, like, in this series, in this season, in particular, yeah, they did try and take like the best bit, because in each episode there's like the climactic moment here is like, oh yeah, that's a scene from like Thingy. That kind of looked like the scene from Thingy. Oh yeah, that kind of reminds me of the time when Thingy did this and that scene. It's like it's like he said, they spent all this time trying to like make it all hype, and then they spent the last episode of like Sully hunting Deshane down.
Just trying to force cliches, you know what I mean? Like rework cliches into this shit.
Yeah, type shit. They spent so much time doing that they didn't like
flesh the story out.
The development of the characters, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's like,
I think.
Go on.
Even like the characters and stuff, you know what I mean? Like, obviously they didn't just like pick Jack and be like, oh yeah, Jack. Yeah, we got her in the last series thing. But it's like, if you watch if you ever do take the time to watch any of them series, Breaking Bad, fucking what's it called, The Wire and shit. Like, if you ever take time to like just have a little peep back at that shit and just be like, oh, what was this shit about? It's like you'll see what I mean. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like you'll get what I mean when I say like the similarities are mad. Like I said, that scene where they kill off them Irish geezers, yeah, the amount of similarities is mad. All right, so in Breaking Bad, without like
it's fine. You can tell me. Like, if I watch it, I'll watch it anyway.
Like, without trying to like spoiler it or nothing. It's like they're in a tight bind with this guy that they thought they were getting into a good deal with, but actually it turns out like, yeah, this guy's wicked, fam. He worked for the cartels and fucking he man connected and shit. The only place where they can get them is the time when he goes to this old fucking nursing home or like an old people's home where his dad be at. And you go visit him every once in a while. So they catch him there and, you know what I mean, be him a mad there. But it's like all that shit, yeah, it's like tropes from like mad shit.
Classic jokes,
that made culture move. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like they spent a lot of time even like with the way they try to like move the characters or whatever. It's like you spend a lot of time really trying to like move these characters like these people. Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously the cast was not as big as what was on The Wire. So they'll like, it seemed like they'll squash two characters together. Do you know what I mean?
Right. It's like they were trying to force as many tropes in as possible, type shit.
Yeah, type shit. It's like they'll squash characters together. You know what I mean? Like, I was thinking about this earlier at work, yeah, and it's like, Deshane is Stringer Bell. Do you know what I mean?
Sully is Omar.
Always conniving, trying to, you know what I'm saying, get the next move, trying to hit the next lip, trying to, you know what I'm saying, yeah. But then at the same time, he's the Barksdale guy because he's like the leader of the team. So he's like two characters in one. Yeah.
Right.
Sully is Omar and he's Weebay at the same time. Because Weebay will do anything that Barksdale guy said to him.
Right.
If he said, yeah, go shoot your auntie and them, man, fam, you'd be, you look at him like, what? That shit. Then he'll go do it, man. But then at the same time, he's Omar because he's the boogeyman.
He's the boogeyman, yeah.
Yeah. Jack and Kieran, to me, are what Snoop and Chris are. Not in the matter of like, oh yeah, they're the ones that send out to do things, like, because they're the ones that run the shit on the block. Do you know what I mean? Like, there comes a certain time where Chris and Snoop actually do command like the little troops and shit, and it's like they kind of try to scoot that same energy and slap it there as well. It's like there's just so much stuff that was like,
because you've seen these shows, like you can see it.
Not
yeah,
like
you can
discrediting these guys like writing process or whatever. You know what I mean? Everybody's writing process is their writing process or whatever. But it's like you can't.
There was certain shit,
that. You can't do that to a show like this one.
A show that people are clearly invested in and fuck with. Like
we know this show, fam. At the same time, we know all those shows that you pull in them tropes out, fam. We might not recognize it straight away from, you know,
but someone who knows
being like, oh yeah, you man, oh, what are you saying? Oh, well, go on, ooh, right? We might not recognize it straight away, but motherfuckers that seen the show and what's the undercurrents of Wagwan and like think about the characters and shit, it's like, you motherfuckers just try to make Jack burst, fam. in just this season, fam, you took Jack and tried to make her Snoop.
And tried to make her this when she wasn't this whole other time you've shown her, but you used this last season to try and make her this.
But the wickedest part is not even Snoop like at the peak Snoop and Chris, but Snoop like towards the end. Do you know what I mean? When she got fam, because they all get they all get got in there pretty much.
Right.
Okay, that's and you see how they ended it like that. It's like you ripped off that even because everybody get fucked up at the end of that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So all right, before you get to the ending, let's round it off. So Sully kills Deshane. Shoots him. Deshane bleeds out. Sully gets the food back. It's set. The next scene, or I guess the next important scene, Sully basically pops up on his daughter, who's of like a school age sort of age. He's walking with her, talking with her. Maybe just after all this mad shit he's been through, and he finally got his pat back. He's got no more ops. Like in his mind, he's clear in it, like I'm good type shit. So he's like, yo, I'm gonna go see my daughter. You know what I mean? Tell her I love her. All this sort of shit. Cool. So he goes and does that. He then obviously drops his daughter at school. And he sees Steph, right? He sees Steph at the school, innit?
Mm-hmm.
And like Steph's walking up the school steps in his school uniform and shit. And Sully's sort of like over that side. And they kind of lock eyes. Steph is looking at him. He's looking at Steph. And then Steph just kind of like runs off in it. Cool, saying that and keep it pushing. He drops his daughter at school. Sully then decides to go for, a nice therapeutic gunman walk through the park. Because, when you kill niggas and shoot niggas, sometimes you just got to clear your mind. You know what I mean? So you got to walk by the water.
You got to walk through the park sometimes.
Walk through the trees and just be like, oh man, I really did kill all these niggas in it. That's crazy. What's it that Gig said, fam? If you're talking the hardest, fam. Gigs better pop up in your thoughts as an artist. Talk to me, darling. Everybody wants to know where Walking Up Art is. Walking Up Art is Walking Up Charlie.
He just walking through the park reciting that shit.
Yeah, walking the park in it. Yeah, man. The leg man prayer.
It's like the
Our Father who lifts the rifle in heaven, hallowed be these gunshots. Like, give me this man, leg, my daily leg, as I raise this thing against the ops that stand against me. Leave me not into no fuck shit, but let me murk every one of these man them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, going crazy. So yeah, Sully's walking through the fucking park.
That is the Langdon forever and ever.
Amen. Spray men. Not amen. Spray men. So Sully walking through the fucking park on some like, just I want to take some time out walking nature shit. Cool. Exactly. You can hear the birds chirping and shit as you walk. Bullshit, yeah. Cool. He walking by himself. And again, as if out of osmosis, here comes Steph walking behind him. Oh shit. Here's Steph. And remember, Sai had gave him that Glock that belonged to his brother from earlier, innit? Yeah. And he was fucking practicing with a Glock in the mirror and pointing it, and that's like what he was going to say when he saw Sully and shit. So he sees Sully, he's running up, he's walking up on him. Again, they're walking slow. You think like Sully kind of realizes somebody's walking behind him, but he keeps walking. Eventually, Sully turns around. He sees Steph looking at him, and Sully kind of looks at him to say, like, bro, what the fuck do you want from him? And then he pulls the Glock on, man. And then Sully's like, oh shit, bro, I'm actually lacking right now. Like, I actually can't do nothing right now, fam. Like, so obviously, you know how gunmen are. He's not going to start bawling like fucking Deshane did. He's stand there like a man. You know what I mean? And we're like, all right, bro, do whatever you got to do in it. Like, I accept it. I'm okay with it. That's what he said in it. Like, I'm okay with it. Whatever you got to do, like, I'm okay with it type shit. So Steph is stood there. He's fucking holding the gun. The gun is shaking in his hand. Again, classic tropes and shit like that. And Steph then eventually says, like, you know what, man? You're not even worth it, man. You're not even worth it. I came all this way to this park to follow you around, point a gun at you, even though you're a fucking killer. And now that I've done this, you're probably going to kill me and my family. But fuck that, man. You're not even fucking worth it, man. Stop the violence, dude. You're not even worth it. And fucking Steph don't do nothing. Which, as I said, in terms of the holisticness of the show, I think it was at least a nice creative decision to have Steph maintain his innocence. Because if Steph killed Sully, then there's no more innocence left on the show. Like, Steph is now a killer and da-da-da-da-da. And I think it was probably a bit too expected. Like, it was a bit too maybe predictable sort of thing. So Sully kind of walks away from that situation after Steph kind of fucks off. And you can tell he's kind of like, oh shit, like, that was mad, bro. Like, I was legit lacking, fam. Like, yeah, he caught man there, fam. But fucking hell, man, got away with that. Sully in his car, just getting his shit together, you know, and getting stuff ready. He fucking puts the key in the engine. As he's getting his shit together in the car, somebody walked past the fucking car window and blow Sully fucking scalp clean into the fucking sunroof, fam. Blow the top of your head right into the sunroof, fam. And he slumped over on the wheel, and the horn is beeping. It's just like, like, it's like Sully being bodied, innit? And that's how the series ended. And that was the end of the series. That was our top boy overview, I guess. And with everything we've discussed today, what I will say is that I didn't think it was shit. I didn't think the season was shit. It was, although there were silly things in it, I enjoyed watching it. Again, I think it's a good show. And maybe it's not the direction that I would have gone in, but it's whatever, innit? Out of all of the seasons of Top Boy, I think that this last one was probably my least favourite. Again, that's not to say that it was a shit season. I just think when I look at the other seasons, they gave you more. Like, I just think there was more from them.
I don't think it was a good creative decision for them to not have my man do it. I think it was like this is a nice way to close the loop kind of thing. Because if they had my man kill him, if they had the young man kill him, it's like
they can't end the fucking series like that.
End it there. It's going.
You have to tell the next part of the story now, innit? Like,
because he's gonna be the one. Because there's no more Deshane, there's no more Silly. Jack's gonna fuck off. Fucking all the olders are gone. It's just these, man. Size the pussy hole. You run up a man and tell him, well, go on. That's Sully, bro.
And he's the one that actually bodied Sully. Do you get what I mean?
You see,
and again, as I said, Sully's the boogeyman.
What are you telling me now, bro?
Type shit. And that's why I'm not mad at them. Yeah. I'm not mad at them not having him do it. Like, I get why they built it up like he was going to, and then he did. Like, I get it, and I'm not mad at it. And like I said, holistically as a show, I think it was kind of nice that, you know what, at least one character kind of came out of this with some semblance of a soul type of shit. Because that, like, Steph kept his soul by doing that. You know what I mean? Like, he was,
because Sully told him, Phelan left me a long time ago. Say, how does it feel? Bro. That's why how does it feel? Yeah,
how does it feel? How does it feel? Yeah.
If somebody shot my brother in front of my very house, I ain't wasting no time asking that nigga how he feel, bro. I'm a shit him and he's fucking shit, bro. Like he done my brother from. How it feel? How did it feel?
So, and you know what's mad? At the end of the show and shit, at the end of the show and shit, obviously when Sully gets wigged in the car and that, brother, the amount of conspiracies that I see, you know, people try to say that it was Kieran's mum who shot Sully in the car. You know, my girl came to me with that. I said, I saw this video on TikTok. I saw this video on TikTok and so, like, they're saying it's Kieran's mum. I was like, are you being fucking serious? Like, Kieran's mum walked upon Sully and shot him in the head and walked off. Like, Kieran's mum did that. Yeah, because if you look at the person, they're wearing like a head wrap and he's got a head. I was like, I love you in it,
Get
babe.
out
I
of
love
here.
you in
Stop
it.
it.
But
Stop
get
it.
this fuck shit out my face in it. Like get this fuck shit out my face in it. Like, what do you mean, fam? And what I was trying to explain to her, because she kept going on about it. So I was like, all right, let's see like what shit is saying. But before we even looked at shit, I remember saying to her, I was like, yo, the whole point of like seeing Sully get murked like that is it doesn't matter who killed him. The whole point is with this whole shit, if you live by the sword, then you die by it. That's the whole point of why that shit went that way. It's just to say, like, just when you think that you sweet and you cool and da-da-da-da-da, actually you've made so many enemies along your way that one of them niggas might just come and just get back when you least expect it. That's what they're saying about Rafe,
my theory is that it was them Irish Dunnies. Because if you watch it
that
back
makes
here,
sense. That makes sense.
if you watch it back here, yeah, without it was there to me when I seen it, because I watched it like twice, like that little like scene at the end from.
Right.
Yeah, it looked like one of them Irish Dunnies from.
Again, it was one of them ones where the fact that the shit went by like as quick as it did, and as he said, you watch it like a handful of times and da-da-da-da-da. I was like, all right, the way that they've recorded this, they've recorded it so it's purposely ambiguous. Like they've made it so that there's not really a clue that you can go off, because where some people were saying it looked like the person was wearing a head wrap, I'm like, well, actually, that could also just be hair type shit.
Yeah.
And even like the person that walked past, they're not really in focus properly. Like, it's a lot of camera shit going on, but it's like, yeah, you can. The way that they've done that, they've not done it for you to figure out who it was. Like the whole point is that it doesn't fucking matter who it was. It's like when you live this shit, it's like that, bro. There's no rest for you in it.
What happened, fam?
Yeah, there's no rest for you, fam. And like, even I've seen people saying, if you remember from, it wasn't the last season, it was the season before Jamie came into the show, I think the one that had Bashley.
Modi and what?
No, that was the one with Jamie. The one that had, remember Bashley was in it, and then they kidnapped Bashley and shit. And remember Bashley's cousin Rafe, like the gunman type shit.
Yeah.
People are saying it was him in it because there was like a clip from one of the older episodes where Sully was basically saying to Deshane, like, oh yeah, you know, Ray, because it was Deshane who ended up squashing that beef and basically said like, yo, like, don't do nothing to Sully in it. And Sully was saying to Deshane, like, yeah, you know, man, like Rafe though in it, like he the type to let like years go by and shit. And just when you think it's cool, bro, boom, just clap you right in the head type shit. So now people are theorizing that it was him and that he just, but my whole thing was like, my whole thing was like, yeah, bro.
Like a little inside look at that.
Exactly.
Shit.
My thing was like, if that was the case, the writers of this show would have left enough breadcrumbs for us to put that together. Like, they've not mentioned anybody from any of these other seasons apart from Jamie, who was last season. Do you get what I mean? They've not mentioned.
Can I just quick? I know I keep going on about this wire shit, but you know who kills off Stringer Bell? Is a guy called Brother Muzon, and I think it was Omar actually. It was the two of them, right? It's like this Brother Muzon guy here was in the show for all of like 2.5 episodes. A nigga just popped up somewhere. They say he was from New York. Everyone was scared of him. Yeah, he was doing some mad investigations. The shit didn't really pan out. He found out that obviously Stringer Bell was on what he was on.
Right.
And done him and fucked off. Oh, in fact, because Stringer Bell tried to get him killed. That's what it was.
Okay, so he got his get back.
He got his get back and he just fucked off, bro. And that was the end of like a major character. Done.
That you've been with for years and shit, and then they're gone now. Like, yeah. Don't reconnect. Come on. I was thinking he's way too quiet in it. Like he's not doing that, but just come on, broski. Come on, broski. But yeah, nah, all in all though, man, like, I think it was a decent season. It was my least favorite out of all of the Top Boy seasons, like, just personally. But I don't think it was bad. If I had to rate it out of 10, I would give it a solid 6.5. Solid though. I think that the fact that it was 6 episodes was some bullshit when all the other ones have been 8. I don't even think 8 episodes is enough for a proper like season of like a show that's good. But fine, fuck it, you're doing 8. The season series finale, bro. You lot do 6 episodes, and you spend all this time on the Irish and that. Like, it's just, I feel like they wasted a lot of screen time on shit that ultimately didn't really matter. And I get that it mattered to the build up of the events that happened. Like, I get how all of those things tied in, but ultimately, like the Irish and shit, like ultimately they didn't really matter. Yeah, they murked the Albanians and shit, or the Moroccans, or whatever the fuck it was, but then they got murked and Kano got the link back with the Albanians. Do you get what I mean? So it's just like, well, if the whole thing was he was going to get the link back with the Albanians, why have them get killed off and then go through all that for him to just get back with them? Like, it's just, I feel like there was a lot of screen time they wasted and they could have used it to better tell a story. You know what I mean? I don't know what's happened to Will, to be fair. Like, he's gone offline. So I'm going to give him a few minutes to hopefully get back on. And then obviously we can go from there, to be honest. But now, man, like, I think the Sully getting killed at the end thing was because I've seen it. It's like, yeah, I get why they ended it that way. Do you get what I mean? Like, I get why this is the series finale. If it's the series finale, like, you lot are essentially you're saying you're not bringing the show back in that. You want to leave it on something that will have conversation going, essentially, in it. Like, you don't want this to just be the end and then no one talks about it anymore. Like, you want to give something people to talk about. So I get leaving it on the cliffhanger and da-da-da-da-da. I just think the cliffhanger could have probably been way more effective if they utilized the screen time more. If they used the screen time to just better tell the origin story, then have all of these other things that essentially just led to nothing anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, just, I don't know. But nah, that really is the review. To be fair, that's the review of this Top Boy shit. You know what I mean? So hold on, make some noise for me and my guy Will. You know what I mean? I'm gonna give Will like 5 minutes, and then if he's not back in like 5 minutes, then we'll just call it a night. Do you get what I mean? I think we got enough off of the episode and shit. But now, man, if you haven't seen Top Boy, again, obviously you've had the spoilers and everything that happens, but we did warn you beforehand, so fuck it. And yeah, it's worth watching. It's definitely worth watching, especially if you've been watching the series, and like, it's worth seeing what you make of it. Do you get what I mean? So if I'm going to give my overall analysis of all the characters, the Shane went out like a sucker. He's supposed to be the smartest guy in the show, but he just went out like a complete punk. Sully's death was more so to leave a cliffhanger. And although he essentially became the top boy at the end, he then wasn't the top boy because, let's be honest, Sully was never the top boy. And it's just maybe, I guess, like a poetic ending. Like, just when you think he's the top boy, actually somebody just come and murks him type shit. Steph, again, I'm glad that Steph got to maintain his innocence in terms of like just not going full roadman and shit. And I like how the show kind of teetered the line, but ultimately he just didn't go in that direction. I think it might have been good to show a bit more trauma on Steph's side. He just kind of always seemed very together about the whole thing. I know.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm back now. I'm back.
Okay.
Yo, son. Yeah, I fell in the black hole.
What happened, bro?
Yeah, I fell in the black hole, man.
That's crazy. Nah, to be fair, I was
like actually. Now let me. I'll tell you what happened. So basically, I'm upstairs on my phone, and then it just cut off, and it just there's like, oh yeah, you connecting. So I'm like, oh shit, must be doing the signal thing. So I go downstairs. No signal. I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck? And I was like, oh yo, get on the Wi-Fi. I'm like, what? Nah. I thought, yeah. But yeah, long story short, it cut off. But we back.
Fair enough. Now, to be fair, I was literally just giving like a little roundup of just like what I thought of the different characters and shit in it. Like, because I think we could probably like close this shit soon. To be fair, but like now, I was just saying, I think with Deshane, for all that we've seen Deshane go through over these years and these seasons and I personally just think he went out like a punk. Like I just think he really went out like on some like whole shit. I think Sully's death was used to give people that watched the show something to talk about after the show was done. Like he got killed in that manner so that the conversation would be like, oh, who killed Sully? Like, do you get what I mean? Like that was really the only I would say that was the main driving point why they would have done that. Also, you could argue that it's representative of the fact that the whole time Sully's wanted to be the top boy, but we all kind of know Deshane was the top boy. And just as Sully thought he was the top boy, then he actually wasn't because somebody murked him type shit.
And then someone else.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Steph, I liked that the show, even like that side of it was a bit more realistic in the sense of, I like that he didn't just turn into a road youth, like, because if they wanted to, especially from the trailers and shit, from episode 1, they could have just had Steph be a rude boy in it. And he's a rude boy now, and they see his brothers get killed, and he's on some gully, like, they could have done that. And if they did that, even if it seemed unbelievable, you would have gone with it because that was the premise that they showed in it. So I do like the fact that they kind of showed, like, actually, he's still a youth, and he's trying to cope with what he's trying to cope with, and and like the kind of juxtaposition he was in. And ultimately, he got to keep his soul at the end of the show. And I guess that was maybe, if nothing else, maybe a feel-good element of it. And a way to, as you said it perfectly, a way to break the loop or break the cycle, in a sense. Who else is worth talking about? Shelley didn't really have that much of a role in this one. She was just
I got like brother sister vibes from them too.
Shelley's character was there to just show you the deterioration of Deshane. Like that's really all her character represented, was just to show you how much he was spiraling out of control type shit. So it's not really much to say about her. Jack, I can't believe the whole ass nigga they turned Jack into. From like, they turned Jack into a
it's still a girl, bro.
I know, innit? I know, but the thing is, this whole time, though, Jack been solid. Do you get what I mean? Jack been solid, and she's like, she's been on her dean. You know what I mean? She's been on her dean, and I think just the sudden switch of, oh shit, now she's moving like this was just a bit like, really? And I get it, her sister died, and she was like, I get it, but it was just a bit like, so she switched and she flipped out and she robbed man, and then she apologized for robbing man and asked for like man to just allow it. Like it was just kind of stupid. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, but girls do that, bro. Girls do that. Girls do
They
wild
do,
shit,
but
and then
Jack
just be
has
like,
been
my
solid,
fault.
man, throughout this whole shit. Like, Jack has been
My
solid,
friend,
bro.
you're missing the point that they're trying to make, bro. Yeah, all that, but still, there we go. Because you're still going, we gotta make decisions that, like, even the Kieran as a younger would not think that. Even if Kieran was
That
cool
shit
with
was
Sully and
stupid.
shit, do you know what I mean? Even, let's say even like take it Junior, yeah, he knows Sully fam. He been with Sully, he been rocking with Sully since one day fam. He not gonna like just be like one day, oh yeah, I'm a rob him, and like the next day just be like, oh, you know
But
what?
it's the same thing with
I'm
Jack,
just feeling
though.
emotional.
Jack has been, and to be fair, Jack has fucked with
Yeah,
Sully
but
more than
still,
she fucked with
Junior's not a
Shane.
girl, bro.
You know what I mean?
Junior's not a girl, bro. This is what I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
but she's only a girl, like, technically, though, bro. Do you get what I mean?
Man, this is
Like,
what I'm telling you, fam. That technical part is the part that made her rob that food, bro. If she a girl technically, that technical part is the part that made her rob that food, bro.
I'm not saying you're wrong in it. I'm not saying you're wrong in what you're saying. What I'm saying is, for all these other seasons they've shown us Jack, they've never shown us her having her girl side take over like that.
I
Do you
get
get what I
that
mean?
part. I get that part, fam. I do get that. But I'm just showing you that, like, yeah, they're showing you that it got to that point. Because we never really see, we've seen Jack be in mad situations, but we never seen her be in a situation like that, fam, where she facing the fact that, raw, actually, it's my fault, bro. All the shit that's happening, my sister, Kieran, and all this other shit. It's all me, fam. The shame.
But see, that's the fucked up part though, bro. She was saying it's my fault at the same time as putting Kieran deep in the shit.
Getting fucked up somebody else, of course.
Bro.
Yeah, bro.
While she's stealing the shit,
like,
saying it's
I
my
think-
fault,
I
she
think-
then bells
you know-
Kieran, was like,
you know
yo,
what-
come and
you
look
know
at what
what
the
they
fuck
did?
I did, bro. Like,
You know what they done there, fam? I think they took the manosphere, yeah. All the things that they be like, oh yeah, man, oh yeah, girls this, girls that, yeah. And then just try to like jam it in there somehow. And then Jack being the one, ended up being the one that was holding the stick of being like, oh yeah, I gotta like show that part.
I don't know, man. I just think,
But it's like,
I think that we trying to find reason behind it. And the truth is, for me, I just think it was lazy writing, to be honest with you. Like, we trying to like logic our way through it.
Right? Yeah, exactly. It's lazy writing from Jack's a girl, right? She'll make emotional decisions. Yeah. Make her rob the food for no reason in episode 4.
And then give it back
and then we can
ask
be like,
for a
oh
blind.
yeah.
Like,
She'll come back in episode 5 and be like, oh yeah, it's 'cause my sister, and yeah, allow me, bro, allow me.
yeah, it's just, yeah, like, for me, because I liked Jack's character. Do you get what I mean? From even the season before, like, I liked Jack's character in it. Like, she was just, she was about what she was about in it. She was loyal, you know what I mean? She was down with the set, like, Jack was solid. And, low-key, the girl that played Jack, like, when Jack was, the first season Jack was in it, and obviously, man, I'm doing, like, my researches and that, I thought she was a little bit peng, the girl that actually plays her. When you see her out of the Jack role, she kind of a little bit peng. But I'm over it now, so it's fine. But
man said I'm
but
over
like,
it now.
oh yeah. No, I'm over it now, to be fair. But like, what's it, Jasmine Robinson or something, whatever her name is. But like,
I don't know
when you see her out of her Jack shit, when she's actually a girl and she's talking like a girl and being like an actual girl, like the person, it's like, oh shit, you kind of cute a little bit, you know what I mean? But when she fucking in the Jack suit, you know what I mean? Like, she look like that. You get what I mean? And you know what's mad, bro? Like, you know what's mad? In growing up in Leeds, yeah, I grew up with a girl that was exactly like Jack fam. That was not this last dumb shit season, just in terms of like, a power dyke in it, like a power butch lesbian, fam. Like power butch.
A power dyke, fam.
Like a power dyke in it, like, and I don't even mean that offensively. I'm bigging it up. I'm saying like you know them, like, bro. I remember I was a youth in it, and I was so fucking shook of her, bro. because she was a girl, but she wasn't no girl, bro. Like, she talked like a nigga, walked like a nigga, would fight niggas like, do you get what I mean? And if I'm like, let's say I'm 7, she's like 16 or something. So she older than man. She'd be like, I was shook of her, bro, fam. Do you get what I mean? Like,
yeah, of course.
because she wasn't no girl, fam. Even though she a girl, she was not a girl, bro. Like niggas wouldn't fuck with her the wrong way. You know what I mean?
But you see the wicked thing about life, yeah. You're gonna bring out that shit in you.
Nah, legit. Legit.
That's the wicked thing, fam. Because, like, yeah, you got all these ideologies and shit. You got all these beliefs that you hold by yourself. But let you be in one of them jams where it's like, yeah, you or your life. Yo, I'm begging you, give me a pass, bro. Allow me.
Well, I'm going to tell you one more time, yeah, just in case the people in the back didn't hear. I'm not going in there, fam.
Fam, listen. She said, I'm begging you, fam. And he said,
don't beg. It's disgusting.
It's disgusting. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah. That's what you say to yourself. I should have just fucking driven to the border, innit? That's what you say to yourself. I should have just fucking driven to France. Like,
I shouldn't have even stopped here, bro. I should have just carried on driving.
You know what you do at that point?
I'll meet you here at such and such place, bro.
When Sully said that, you know what you got to do at that point? You got to go, yo, you know what? I'm literally getting a phone call right now, bro. I'll be back in 2 seconds, fam. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. And you got to fucking hightail it, fam. You know what I mean? So at that point, fuck it.
At that point, just stand up here. Never mind all that. I'll beg you, allow me. I'll beg you, allow me. Just stand up here and be like, I'm gonna text you the location for the whatever's, and then never text the location for the whatever's because you
legit. And then just throw your phone into the fucking River Thames. You know what I mean? Like, just throw the whole phone into the River Thames.
Because at that point, she's still got all the leverage. She has the food. We need the food.
Trust me. Trust me, because if I'm Jack, I'm saying, yo, all right.
That's emotional decision talking about, allow me, bro, allow me.
Because if I'm Jack, I'm saying,
go check on Kieran's mum real quick, then. Even though Sully just told me that he done her, then.
Bullshit, fam. So you basically just went and told Kieran's mum that you got murked, basically. Like, bullshit, innit? If I'm Jack, yeah, as you said, you got all the leverage and shit. I'm saying to man, look, yeah, your food is somewhere and I want to get back to you. Now, I know that you're going to want to try and murk me, innit? But if you murk me, you're never going to know where the food is. It's as simple as that. Like, I'm going to tell you where the food is, but I'm going to get the fuck away because you're gonna try and murk me, innit? So if you murk me, like, murk me right now, if you want to murk me right now, but then you will never get the food back. And Sully, like, ultimately, he wants the food in it. So if I'm Jax, I'm like, yo, I'm going to give you a location and you can go there and get all your food. It's all yours. You can have it. And I'll be long gone. You'll never see me again. You'll never hear my name. We gone in it. But I'm not fucking going into the fucking restaurant to sit down. Can I sit? Can I sit?
You know what's wicked? That wasn't even the designated time and location to be meeting. She just found man and was like, oh yeah, shit, there's Sully sitting there eating and shit. Yeah, let me go see him real quick.
No, because she did bill him beforehand. Do you remember when she like had the change of heart and she was like, "Oh, bro, fuck this! Like, I'm just gonna tell him that." But
that was for her to say, like, yo, because after she bailed, man, she was like, she called Deshane in it, and Deshane was like, "Oh, all right, I want to know who." But then she went like that wasn't the time that they were supposed to meet. You get it? She just found him and was like, yo, I'm going to talk to man, innit? Because she told Deshane, like, yeah, I'm going to try to talk to man. And he was like, yeah, nah, don't do that. Just come to me.
I acted under the assumption then, because you're right, they didn't show it on screen. You're right. But I acted under the assumption when she told Deshane she was going to go talk to him that some arrangement was made to be like, all right, if you want to talk to me, I'll be here type shit.
Yeah, because directly before that, she tells man, like, I'll tell you when. That's why he was so surprised when he see the spot, man. So he's sitting there and he look up and he's like, "Oh, the fuck, it's Jack? Oh shit, yeah." And then she's like, "Can I sit?" He's like, "Yo,
yeah, you might be right.
sit your ass down. Fuck you mean?"
Yeah, yeah. Nah, again, all in all,
sorry, bro.
All in all, I don't think it was shit. Like, it was an enjoyable watch. If I had to rate it out of 10, I would probably give it a solid 6.5. Solid though.
Yeah,
like solid like 6.5.
Yeah.
I think
like a strong one.
Yeah, not like it should be a 7, but it's not good enough. It's like it's not a 7, but it's a strong 6.5 type shit.
Yeah,
I think that the fact that it was 6 episodes was bullshit. If all the other seasons have been 8 episodes, in your season finale, like your final season and shit, why would you take 2 episodes away?
At the same time, tension, fam. Tension.
But did they build the tension as good as they could have done? Because imagine the story is the same. Imagine the story is the same, bro. Imagine the story is the same, but they give you 2 extra episodes where they can really build this tension out. They show you Deshane being on the run a bit more. You know what I mean? They just show you things a bit more type shit. Like, I don't know. I just think because Peaky Blinders did a similar thing where, like, in their season finale, they had like less episodes, and Peaky Blinders' final season was some bullshit. And I will talk about it at some point eventually, but it was some absolute bullshit, right? But the whole thing, and I understand with like TV shows and green lighting shows and people giving you a budget for how many episodes. Like, I know that's a thing, but it's like, if we're gonna close this shit out, even if we have 6 episodes, yeah, if that's the budget and that's what we've got and there's no workaround, I think they just wasted so much screen time on so many things that didn't ultimately matter. Like the Irish, for example. I get why they brought them in the show. I understand it. But ultimately, the Irish came in because they Mans plugged the Albanians. They murked the Albanians. They came in and then they killed the Irish and then got the plug back from the Albanians. So it's like, all right, well, if it's just going to go back to what it was before, why spend all of this screen time telling this part of the story? If the end result is just going to be like, at the end of it, Sully goes back to the Albanians to get the work. Like, why waste all of that screen time? Do you get what I mean? It's just, I think there was a lot of space for
to cheat the mic effect. Yeah, there was a lot of trying to cheat space.
Yeah. There
was a lot of like trying to create illusions. Do you know what I mean? When they should have just told the story. The story.
That's a great way to put it. That's a great way to put it. A lot of the shit, it was almost like, you know, like on tunes and shit, where somebody will do a verse and they trying to do like the most eccentric shit. Let's say, but they doing that because the verse itself is actually like mad weak. So they trying to do all of this other shit and these crazy ad-libs and whatever, because actually the verse by itself doesn't really stand up. Like, that's kind of how I felt about this storyline. I just kind of felt like the way they chose to tell the story, they had to try use all of these like flashy, like, ooh, look at this type of shit to almost trick you into thinking it was dope. But the way that they chose to tell the story, basically, Deshane was going to come out the game. Sully was going to take over the shit. Deshane's money got fucked up. He went back in the shit. They killed the Irish. They got their plug back. Then the food got robbed. And then Deshane robbed the food off the person that robbed the food. And then Deshane got shot. And then Sully got the food. Like, that was the story that they decided to tell.
Yeah, pretty much. And
it's not a very good story. And I just think that 6 episodes, final season, you're gonna finally give us the Deshane versus Sully. Like, the tensions have been building over these last seasons. Like, people, like, the final shit, we're gonna actually have these man go head to head. It's like, you waited to the second half of the final episode to actually have them have a showdown. Like, this whole season should have been building around these two niggas are going to tear each other's heads off, bro.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean?
The way,
like,
I think the way they shot that, I think, is different to how it came out. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I think the directorial vision and the editorial vision had some clashes. I think that's, you know what I mean?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Mm. It's weird because in essence, it's like it is a continuation, I guess, of like a summation of the story or whatever. But it's like y'all cut so many corners in telling this, and we're not used to you guys cutting corners like that.
Because you didn't cut corners before.
Story to the fullest,
you know what I mean? Yeah. Because you really told really great stories with all your other seasons. Like, you kind of took this typical UK black scenario and you really crafted great story out of it. And so for this to be the final chapter of this great story that you've been weaving, it's just, you kind of feel like cheating a little bit. Do you get what I mean? It's kind of like, y'all should have kept this, you know what I mean?
But I do also understand philosophically, like, what the meaning of, well, I mean, I have, I guess, an understanding from my perspective in that the shit is not glamorous. Do you know what I mean? Motherfuckers like always glamorize how the shit ends or like how the shit will end, but it's like in the end, motherfuckers just get shot and die, bro. Like,
and it's not cool.
Narcos.
It's not fancy,
what's
and it's not
El Chapo. Yeah, they shot that nigga from. And in broad daylight in the neighborhood from on the roof of the crib from. Not like no sexy shit from. He was running away from, and they shot that nigga from. No sexy like Mexican standoff in the sunset. Yeah, people. Nah, that nigga was running away.
Even the Pablo shit from. Like, I know that you made one of the illest all time out.
I said El Chapo, my fault. Yeah,
is that what you're talking about? Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's why I actually.
But you made one of the like illest bars ever out of that. Like, so then I feel like Pablo, they will be dead on the roof. Like, that shit is fire. But when you actually think about the actual event, it's like you said, like, it's not glamorous. Like, this nigga was on the run and they fucking hunted him down, and he was just trying to get the fuck away, bro. This nigga running barefoot on rooftops, like, it's not. And he got shot down like a dog. You know what I mean? Like, it's not cool. It's not, as it Will said, like a Mexican standoff, like draw at noon type shit. Like,
and with the whole like Sully thing, right? It's like I think it's supposed to be like a metaphor of how, like, no matter how much you think that you can get away with something, like, the karma gonna come around from. He was ready to accept his karma in the scene previous to that, fam. It's like, even if you accept it, and you know what I'm saying, yeah, cool, and then maybe it give you a pass for that minute, but like, it's just, the shit's still gonna come back around, fam.
Because you can't escape it, because you've done too much in it. Like, even if this one piece of karma escape you, fam, there's so much karma that's on you, bro. Like, you can't get away from the shit that you've done. And as you said, I get it. It's not that man don't understand that. I get it.
They try to. I also think that on top of them trying to like cram all the tropes in, I think they added certain things to be like fake philosophical. Like, even just like all this shit that we're talking now, it's like, that's all hypotheticals. Do you know what I mean? That's all maybes.
Hyperbole in it.
I think there's certain elements of the story that they did on purpose to create that kind of thing, but it's like on the underside of the story, it's like, actually the characters the characters that were already developed, just didn't end correct. Do you know what I mean? It's like you you watch it like sprout out of the ground, you watch the leaves start growing, and then flowering season come around and that shit die from.
Yeah. And
Type
again, man, get all the Steph shit, and I get what y'all were doing, but I didn't need the fucking kid love story for that much of the shit. Like, I just didn't need that.
Yeah, that was weird. I skipped all that shit from.
And
I was
then now the two
nah.
kids is gonna be in the room and like, bro, I
Man,
don't need that.
hell no,
Yeah,
dog.
like I
Hell
don't,
no, dog.
and especially if ultimately after the whole shit, it makes no difference to the story. I get that he found a girl and so he didn't really want to do the street shit. I get it, but I didn't need to see these two niggas on the screen this much for you to tell me that he found a girl and he didn't want to do the street shit. You could have given me one or two really nice, concise scenes where it shows he's falling in love and he fuck with the shorty and he don't want it. Cool.
Yeah,
But like,
they could have even cut the scene, where like she's like, "Oh, do you want to come upstairs?" Because like we already know what that shit means.
and just cut it there in it, and just cut it there. Like, I don't need to see fucking this high school love dog. I'm not on that, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like, it was just, I just think there was a lot of screen time wasted. I think that's more so than it not being good. I think they wasted a lot of screen time on shit that wasn't important and didn't have enough screen time for the shit that was important. So they tried to rush through it.
And they didn't even
you know what I mean?
Yeah, they didn't even give context to the shit that was important, like all that riot shit. Like if they'd have give like, do you know what I mean?
All that what? Sorry, all that what? Sorry.
Like all the riots and what if they'd have gave like some context somewhere within the dialogue of the characters talking like, oh yeah, it's just like that time and Tottenham where blah blah, or like, you know what I mean, some shit, like it makes it a bit more ting.
Yeah, because it just kind of was
like, like you're just
they had the whole thing with catering and shit.
Like there's just trying to what it felt like is they're just trying to like pull the heartstrings. Do you know what I mean? And it's like a cheap heartstring pull.
Yeah. Because it's like they had the whole thing with Kieran and the immigration and shit, and then the crowd just didn't leave the block, and now it's riots type shit. It's like, like you said, bro. It's like that. If you're gonna do that, that's fine. Like, have riots and shit, but give it more context. Like, explain why this is actually turned into a riot.
That's
okay, you know what? Actually, all right. You know what? Before we actually say that, to be fair, maybe they did try to do it in the sense of the little girl that got hit by the Fed car.
Wasn't that more recent than fucking the not?
Because I remember there was the whole thing and the people are there and and Nole, again, I can't remember her name in this show, but Nole, the girl who was leading like the fucking, you know who Nole is, isn't it? Like her, Nole, she's doing all the sit down on the floor, peaceful protest shit. And the little girl's like playing whatever. And then the Fed car comes around the corner and hits the little girl and kills the little girl. I remember that. And then from there is when you start seeing the kind of riot shit going more riot.
Because that's the second time when the people gathered on the block here. Because the second time was when the people came to evict people and move them out. Like bought some shit or whatever. So they're like following these eviction people around and being like, "Ah, you piece of shit! You piece of shit! You ain't shit!"
No, but that's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying. From that, when all that thing was going on, because they're doing the peaceful protesting, like all that sort of shit. When the little girl gets hit with the Fed car, that's when it starts getting a bit thing. But again, even in that, even if that's the case, it's still like flesh that out a little bit more. Like, give us a little bit more added context. Like, show us seeing people be outraged by this shit. Maybe have a fucking little news clip. Like, and the girl was whatever the fuck, bro. Like, show something where this mob, where they're fucking flaming out Fed cars and shit, like, makes more sense as to why it's like this, because it started as a peaceful protest. And yes, peaceful protests can become like that, but they don't just become like that. Like, there's usually things that happen, and it's like you could have shot, you know what I mean? And again, I don't want to say all of this like, man, I'm shitting on the show, because I enjoyed watching it. Like, it was an enjoyable watch. It was cool, and I think the way that the whole like riot scene escalated, like, I mean, I can see how like that works out, because
usually in those situations, it only takes one person to like do some shit, and then because group think and
Mob mentality,
people
innit?
doing
Yeah.
things. Do you know what I mean? It's like, let's say we're peaceful protesting. Do you know what I mean? But we all like passions are rising high or whatever, and a police officer do something to one of the people in the crowd, and then they push them back or something like that, but they do it a little too aggressively. And now the people that's there that are just seeing the officer push that person, they're kicking off, hey, and now they're going towards and now it turns into a scenario where it's like people that are like 10 layers of the circle away, they're just seeing people fighting over there, fam. And they're not even gonna ask no questions, fam. They're like, oh yeah, they're fighting the police, fam. So
yeah, and that's the
and
charge,
now
right?
it's like
So now the police can do whatever they doing to you because you hit a fed, fam. Like, you know what I mean? Whatever the fuck happened, you hit a fed, and whatever now happens behind that, you hit a fed in it, like type shit. Like a fed can hit you illegally, but if you hit that fed back, you still committed a crime. Do you get what I mean? Like,
you're still
type shit. Yeah,
quite well.
Nah, again, overall, man, like it was cool. It was cool. It was cool. Just for me, out of all of the seasons, this one I probably think was the weakest, but there potentially may have been things external to the show. Again, you talk about like show writers, and there is a writing strike going on right now, and fucking executive and
like
all this sort of bullshit in it. Like I think there probably were things happening externally where they probably couldn't have given us the final that they wanted to give, just because the rest of the shit has been so strong. That's the only reason that's making me think that. Again, I go back to the Peaky Blinders shit.
But now the times are different, and it's like even Marvel, fam, they don't give a fuck about making no good movies. Fam. They just fucking want to put somebody there that's gonna make some peace. You know what I mean? They're making another what's it called? The Galaxy thing with fucking man. What's his name?
You know Marvel's problem, and I understand it business wise and shit. You know Marvel's problem. They greedy, bro. They had their moment. They had their time in the sun, and they hit the top of the mountain. Like they got that shit off. Now it's like, dog. Like, what is all of this D-grade bullshit that you lot is putting out, bro? Like, just take a few years off, my nigga. Like, y'all did it. And I know if you say that to business people, they're gonna laugh you out the room. But it's just like,
I was gonna say, like, yo, every time they put out one of them movies, they're making near the billions, hundreds of millions. Every time, bro. Okay, if you had a button that you could press where it would just rinse and repeat, and it will just make you $1 billion.
No, I get it, bro. Because it's essentially like printing money in it. It's essentially like printing money. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that I don't get it. I understand. It's just the quality of the shit that they putting out is just so. You can tell that the quality of the shit is not the important shit. Like, again, these earlier events, these earlier Marvel shit, bro. Like, you could tell that they gave a fuck about what they was doing. Do you get what I mean? Like, you could tell they really gave a fuck about, like, creators and dope.
But then that's when they realized, like, oh shit, we can have, because like when they did the first thing, you know what I'm saying? And then fucking, what's his name? My Man got popular and shit, Iron Man. And it's like, oh, wow, we can like build a franchise and make one of these guys like the face of the thing and just like keep introducing more faces and just like fucking make a shitload of money from. What's that story? Oh yeah, the superhero comes in, he kicks some ass, saves the day, and then everybody's happy. Oh yeah, lit, run that. Yeah, but we've done that like 18 times. Yeah. Nah, how much that shit made? What? But 600 million the first day. Yeah, run it again, fam. And again, fam. Yay. Okay, we need a new idea this time. Okay, how about if we make the superhero magical? Yeah, he can like manipulate matter and do magic things, and people can be taken to other realms, and they can, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But it's the same story. Yeah, no, we get that. But yeah, that money, fam. That shit is run it again, fam. One more time, bro.
Yeah, I just think
that magic guy, run
like,
him again, fam.
I just think it kind of becomes like transparent after a point where like it's a money play in it. Like I think after a few times of doing that, like your audience naturally starts to feel a bit cheated in it because it's like any film that you put out, we're gonna go see this shit because fucking we invested, but this shit ain't as far as it used to be, bro. Like, do you know what I mean? What's the thing that niggas say about Drake and his music all the time, dog? Like, people say that shit about him all the time. Like, yeah, this shit ain't what it used to be. But when he dropped, people is gonna go listen because they invested. But you can see that the effort and the attention is just clearly not there the way it used to be with that sort of shit. You know what I mean? And it's the same with Marvel. It's the same with this Top Boy shit we're talking about. It's just like a lot of kind of more recent shit just feels a lot more like the money play and like we're gonna do this because there's a bag attached to it, as opposed to like we're gonna do this and do this shit properly because we've been building it out for years.
This is what I'm saying to you, fam. It's not these man's fault that when they put in out Top Boy or they putting together Top Boy to like put out the last season, that like the environment is fucked, bro. Like the environment is such that like give us fucking what's his name, Liam Neeson again, calling the motherfucking being like I'ma find you and kill you, fam. Let me see that shit for the 20 millionth time, fam. Yeah. I'll give you the piece, fam. How much that shit is? £28 for a seat. Just how much the popcorn? £48. Yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, have that. Yeah, hold. Bro, because they're still paying for all that shit, fam. So yeah, it's cool that we be like, oh yeah, we want do something different, yeah. But like, man, we keep putting
it's
out
not even
these
necessarily something different, you know, bro.
No, but hear this. We keep doing the same thing, and y'all niggas don't change your behavior. So why are we gonna change ours? Because you still gonna pay us, no matter how much you grumble when you come out of the cinema. No matter how much you're like, oh yeah, yeah, you're still paid, and you might even fucking pay again for them.
Nah, you definitely will pay again. Like, people become pot committed in it. Like, once you've spent as much money or whatever on certain or whatever the fuck it is, people then it's like, well, I gotta see it through now, because then otherwise it was like all that money was for nothing. Do you get what I mean? So they'll definitely come again. It's just, I'm just more so talking about, and I understand creative versus commerce, and like, I get all that, but I'm just talking about this show that has been going for quite a few years, where the writing has been quite high level. Like, it's been good writing on these shows. Like, it's been compelling shit. And it's just kind of like, for man to be able to watch the final season of this shit and say, after seeing all of that shit and all the talk, man, give it a 6.5 out of 5. Like, I just don't think that's
6.5 out of 5. Oh,
sorry, out of 10. Out of 10, sorry. Sorry. 6.5 out of 10.
That's man backtracking from.
No, sorry, that's my fault. 6.5 out of 10. My fault. Sorry. But it's just like, yeah, it's like for man to be able to come away from all that shit, I'm like, yeah, 6.5 out of 10. It's just like
disappointing. But that's the environment, man. Look, think about it like this. What was the last thing that came out in like movie terms in the last like 10 years that you were like, I'm dying to see that? Not like, that looked kind of cool, I'd watch that. Not like, oh yeah, I kind of want to watch that. Or like, not like, oh yeah, cool, thing is coming out, I'm going to watch that. No, not like that. Like, what? They're bringing out that? I need to watch that. And I'm going to the cinema to watch that. See, the same way what they did, I don't know what they did or what kind of buttons they pressed or what kind of fucking magic there's working, but with this Barbie thing, how everyone's like, watch that. But motherfuckers was dressing up and shit. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers was
they did something, bro. Like, they hit some magical button. Like, yeah.
That's the environment. You know what I mean? And like, the kids of today don't give a fuck about no goddamn storyline and shit. They just want to see wild shit happening. They want to see the illest niggas or the niggas that we said was the illest niggas doing the wildest shit. And then, yeah, they don't really care about all that shit because, like, why would they care about the shame? Like, wow, my man got killed. That's a mad thing. They weren't there. Do you know what I mean? Channel 4 days, fam. They didn't see man, like, become that. They just found it there as that. They don't care.
I hear you, but I think at the same time it's that same sort of premise of like, especially the younger generation, like there is an older generation to them that like they look at them niggas like they the cool shit. So it's like, yeah, they might not know the Shane, but they know that all the niggas rate Shane. So it's like, alright, there's clearly something there in it, like
that part I get, but generally speaking, man, these niggas just started watching Top Boy like 2 years ago, fam. They just found that show on Netflix, fam. You feel what I'm saying?
Like, it's when Drake co-signed it. That's when bad people started.
That's what I mean. It's not the same, bro. It's not the same as somebody that like picked it up in 2010 or let's say 2012, okay, or 2014, because that was like way before even the hype. It's like the next that picked it up after the Drake co-sign season. They don't, just like the way that Drake doesn't really care about the culture like that. They don't really care about the culture like that. They got a different thing going on. They got this, yeah, they got a whole different thing going on. Culture doesn't mean shit no more.
Type shit.
You know what I mean? Man. And it's like, yeah, and I understand, you know what I mean? We would have loved to see it play out much differently. Maybe not in the sense of like, oh yeah, you know, the niggas don't die or whatever, they don't shoot each other. It would have been cool to see them, man, like, I don't know, fucking fight or, you know what I mean?
Just have a proper showdown where like,
yeah,
like this is it type shit, like something proper in it, like yeah, it's just
yeah. As the environment dictates, from money after neck, dog. We always say this, fam. Yeah, if I'm Netflix here, and I'm seeing a show like Top Boy, I'm like, yo, what's other shows that are like Top Boy? Oh yeah, The Wire. Oh yeah, Breaking Bad. Oh yeah, this that. Oh yeah, this that. Alright, this how we gonna make the peas, fam. We gonna take all the best bits from all these shows here, and we just gonna jam them in there, fam.
Make it like a highlight reel.
Yeah, what about the Shane and Sully like having a showdown? Yeah, we'll leave that to the last episode. It'll be cool.
What about them?
Don't worry about it.
It don't even matter, bro.
We just gonna take all that shit and just jam it in there, fam. And then, you know, if we got like an episode left, we'll like make man run around the block while it's burning and game shot all saying, you know what I mean? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, this is shit ending. You know what I mean? Because then, like, how does Sully get his comeuppance? All right, fine. We'll just show a scene where, like, yeah, he's fucked off now. He's sitting in his car and someone just shoots him. And then that's how we end it. And then it's done.
And then that's the end of the show.
Yeah, but if you do that, yeah, listen, don't worry about that. It'll be cool. Run it, fam. Yeah. And now the reviews coming in, the director's like, see guys, I told you. And they're like, huh? How you mean? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said because the money count gone crazy. What you said?
Yeah, it's like, bro, we made all our returns. We don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You said it didn't go good. Oh no, this went excellent, dog.
Yeah.
Right now, fam.
Yeah, like this was great. To be honest with you, like we wish you had another season. Like we would have done the exact same shit. This whole shit.
All right.
Type shit.
Y'all sure don't want some extra money to come back and do this again? I mean, shit, we could do it like EastEnders and just keep bringing motherfuckers back. You know what I'm saying? Deshane ain't really die like that, fam. He used to sleep.
Aye, fuck it. Jamie ain't really die either, innit? Fuck it, bro. We just bring everybody back. Fuck it, EastEnders this shit up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Jamie ain't even really die like that, fam. That's the real reason why my man didn't kill him and that. All that.
Yeah, I see. When Steph went to the bench and said he was talking to Jamie, he was talking on a walkie-talkie, and you thought he was just talking to the water and shit. You know what I mean? He was actually talking to him on like a secret phone and that. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Fuck it out.
Yeah, them studios ain't giving fucks about no goddamn storylines, fam. They want that profit line, fam. That's what they watching, fam. Storyline, shit, that's gonna suck us, fam. Give me that bottom line, fam. Yeah, them suckers keep paying for the bottom line. Yeah, boom, run it again, fam.
That's it, bro. Just keep running it back and back and back and back, you know what I mean?
Because think about it, all it takes here is for us to just not watch movies no more because this shit, fam. They'll make better movies. They'll make better movies. But we don't give a fuck. We just want to see shit blowing up. We want to see some people fucking, and we want to see somebody getting
It's the same with McDonald's, fam. People always complain about McDonald's and the food ain't good and the food ain't good. But if people just decide, you know what, we're not eating in McDonald's till they make the food better, they would make the food better. But you know what? Yeah. Every day they open their store, motherfuckers is queued up right outside that shit. Why would we change it, dog? You know what I mean? Why would we change it? Like, it works, you know what I mean? Say whatever you want to say. These fuckers are here every day, fam, to get this shit. You know what I mean? So.
Like, hey, weren't you on the social media just being like, oh yeah, McDonald's is bullshit? Oh yeah, welcome. Let me take your order, please. Oh yeah, what you want, the extra fries? Yeah, that's gonna cost you, big dog.
Type shit.
Yeah. Man.
Oh, man.
So
but I don't
know. I wouldn't blame the crew so much. Or when I say crew, I mean, you know, the production people and the fucking all that. It's just the kind of environment that we're in. It's like, I don't even think a show like The Wire, as impactful as it has been and as influential as it has been, because, like, you know what I'm saying, if you start digging around it, I don't think that shit would work today, fam, because it builds too slow. You know what I mean? It introduces certain characters, but you don't learn about them till like season 2 halfway or something. You know what I mean? You don't learn really about the backstory of a character till like maybe season 3, when like certain other shit is happening, and now like you really getting introduced to the character and shit. It's I don't think that would work now.
I get that, because it's like you said, like the climate is just different in it, and it's like the audience base and what they consume and how they consume is just a different thing right now in it. So, I definitely hear that.
It's not their fault, man. They tried, fam. They tried to like do it to match the times, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Maybe we just old in it. We just old and put it out in it. Like, fair enough, man. I can take that. I can accept that. You know? But that people was our Top Boy review. Yeah, Top Boy season 3. Make sure you go see that shit. And yeah, man, that was us going through it. You know what I mean, breaking it down. So yeah, you know, enjoy that shit. Fuck with that shit. But also, to be fair, I think, yes, I think that we did it, my friend. I think that we actually fucking did it.
Not gonna lie.
You know what I mean?
Not gonna lie. Yeah.
See, when I tell you to watch certain so we can talk about it on the pod, bro, you see how much pod we get out of that shit? Use the whole animal, bro. You know what I mean?
Man said use the whole animal. Yeah,
bro.
You're right, fam. Nah, I don't. It's not that I doubt you, fam. It's just,
time in it.
Yeah. But yeah, it just so happened that like this time it worked out because there wasn't that many episodes. And to be honest with you, we're talking all this shit, but I was hooked like a motherfucker the whole way through. I put episode 1 and I sat there. I was like, that's some bullshit. That's some
Now, obviously,
hey, man.
Obviously, you gonna watch it, innit? That's why I kept saying, like,
bro.
I don't want to say shit.
bro. Listen. I was walking around the crib, yeah. You know, like how you see people on the street, like texting or whatever.
Right.
And then they like occasionally look up to see like if there's things in front of them, but they're just texting.
Right.
That's how I was in the crib from downstairs. I was upstairs. I was outside. I was in the living room. Yeah. Didn't even put my phone down. Well, I did put my phone down a couple of times to, engage in some things. But like, yeah. Other than that, fam. Yeah, literally. I think I left the last 5 minutes. I watched the last 5 minutes like today at work and on my list.
Right. Type shit to finish it off. Yeah. I hear you.
Because I was like, I just need to like.
Let me just see like what.
Yeah, because it was late as well. And I was like,
well, broski, I'll tell you the truth. I think it's late right now, fam. You know what I mean? And with the fucking week, man, like, bro, I need to go to bed. You know what I mean?
You right.
Let me. Oh shit! Is there a voice note? Say no voice note. There's no voice note. What you talking about? It's like it's highlighted, but there's nothing there. Forget it. Don't matter.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. Fuck it, man. It's fine. It don't matter. Listen, people. This has been episode 112 of the OnlyMans podcast. Yeah, we hope you've enjoyed it. If you stayed the journey with us, you know what I mean, through all the top boy review and shit, then we appreciate you taking the time to listen with us. You know what I mean? Big up to my dog, Secret Life of Will. Every time, yeah, every time. You know what it is.
Yeah, big up yourself, my boy.
Of course, man. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube page. You know what I mean? Go there. Again, I see y'all watching the shit. I see all the subscribers going up and shit. We appreciate it. You know what I mean? We appreciate the big energy in that. You get what I mean? So big love to everyone there. Make sure you follow Secret Life on Stereo. Make sure you follow myself on Stereo as well. And yeah, man, hit that YouTube. But bro, you know what I realized? We didn't even play the fucking intro music this time, you know. We just went right into
shit. Yeah, no, because you was trying to get us cancelled, but that's another story.
I told you I'm tired, bro. Trying to get this podcast done early, fam. You know what I mean? Like, yo, if we can wrap this up in 7 minutes, dog, like, we lit in it. You know what I mean? We lit, bro.
Yeah, like, okay. Just trash the whole thing from
yeah, let's just get this shit right out up here real quick, bro. Man can get out, you know what I mean? But nah, mute up for me, please, my G. We run this shit and we gonna get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Secret Life of Will. Dreams OnlyMans podcast. Yeah. OnlyMans podcast. Man, this shit for real. Hey. Man, this shit for real. OnlyMans podcast. Say this shit for real. For real. Man, that shit's real. OnlyMans podcast. Talking about some man shit. Ain't nobody playing around. These niggas like really mess. Damn. Man, my diamonds be dancing. Talking about investments. Romance. Man shit. Yeah. Man shit. Yeah. None of that he say bullshit. Whoa. Man shit. Yeah. Man shit. Yeah. Hey. Real man in demand, bitch. Hey.
Nah. And now your boy lost his mind, so I'm not gonna lie to him.
Every time I hear that shit from it's like, yo, homie,
your boy lost his mind, fam. Yeah, he lost his mind, fam. Shout out to my man still.
That's a buffet. That's such a buffet.
I wonder if he knows that we use that as the theme song.
Nah, it don't matter, bro. That shit was get licensed and shit, boy. It don't even matter, dog.
Shit. All that licensing bullshit, fam. Yeah, we covered that in the previous episode. We handled
Yeah,
that
you get what I mean?
properly, you know.
Like fucking.
But I'm just saying, like, on a yeah. I wonder if man knows that we use the thing every time.
Who knows, bro? Who knows, son? Like, it's one of those things. You just never know who's listening at any point in it. Like, who knows, son? But I, broski,
Probably
this has been a dope
lawyers
episode,
and
man.
that shit.
This has been good. This has been good, man.
It's been dope, man.
We shall speak again soon offline, I'm pretty sure.
Indeed.
But until we speak again on air, man, peace, love, blessings, prosperity, all of that, my brother. Stay up,
Peace, love, and blessings, prosperity, fucking wins and wins and wins and wins and wins.
Yeah. That way, bro. That way, my brother. All right, bro. We'll speak in a bit, yeah?
All right, my boy.
All right, peace.
Peace.